Hello, good afternoon and welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Friday, the 13th of January 2023, and we're back in City Skylines today to wrap things up in our hexagon-based city. It's been an interesting sandbox build, just trying various things out in the game and various DLCs, see how some things work and see some things in action. So it's certainly been interesting and good fun, but we're having a few glitches start to show up. Things are being a little bit funny, so the city's kind of run its course. We are going to finish it off today. Tourism is going to be a main focus to begin with, putting in unique buildings and monuments, watching what they do, how they work, how it affects traffic especially, and then just filling in the rest of the city, I guess. All of the empty hexagons, get something in them, finish off the layout and design, and wrap up any other thoughts we had to try out that we can do in this sandbox. And then we'll take a break from cities for a while. We'll certainly return in future content, that's for sure, whether that's direct to YouTube or it's future streams. We've had some ideas of other cities we would like to build, so we will be back to do them for sure. We'll just streams will be a different game next week. Looks like it'll probably be Minecraft. Just to mix things up a bit, try some different stuff out. It's always good to do for a while. Today's stream will be slightly shorter than usual. Say that up front. Won't be doing our usual 8 hours today. It'll be more like 4 and a bit hours. I would like to join Vylida. They are having a celebration stream for their birthday later this evening, and they've been very supportive of the channel and me so far, so I want to return that support by joining that. So that should be around 6 PM tonight, a few hours. We can still get plenty done in our city between now and then, and learn a few more things, which was the point of this run. Let's hop back into game and get things unpaused and take a look at what's going on. I don't think we're ever going to get rid of these warnings, which are just randomly coming and interrupting our metro line. Is what they're for. Oh boy, we building. We are. Nice to see you, V. We'll I think just have to deal with the metros not running properly, or build everything else in and then fix them for one last look at getting them working. Just noticed a dead end sign there, not sure why. Look at that. Nice to see you two always. You still, all the plans that go ahead for this evening, you're still feeling up for it, and 6 PM still the time? The way we just rearranged this bit has left a funny bit. If we flip that round, it'll get rid of the warning and make it work. Good, great. Looking forward to lurking about, celebrating with everyone. What other complaints of the city coming out with? We've had, probably will still have the commercial businesses that are collapsing quite regularly. When we built big sections of the city in all at once, it seems to make the system, the demand system, a bit unstable, and we end up with areas that didn't develop great. We had to tear them down, rebuild them a few times to get things in. So the actual zoning of the city is a little bit weird at the moment, a few gaps everywhere. So I'm hoping we'll have time to fill them in as well and get everything complete. If the demand can balance out, we know what to put in there. So that's one thing I would like to get done today. Everything else is looking good, so it's just this big gap in the middle of the city that we need to address first. We, at the end of the last session, put in these car park spots. So we've now got a fully pedestrianised zone in the city. All the roads are pedestrianised apart from the ones around the road junction off the highway. So pulling off a couple of those roads, we put in parking spots, because apparently people were complaining they had nowhere to park in their fully pedestrianised zones. So you can see a few people do use them, their cars, for wherever they go, I guess. And I'm expecting we'll see quite a few tourists use them as we put the buildings in. This is the area where those are going to go, so I'm kind of interested in that. Let's take stock again of what we need to build to get this done. In the monuments, we're going to be building a space elevator. It's like the first Cars film. First Cars film. No, I can't remember the first one. I think I can vaguely remember the third one. Or the second one? Is the second one where it's all about, like, evil, eco-friendly cars? Life is a highway. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. So we need a spot for the monument. Let me keep count of this. Need a spot for one of these. The stadium. Expo Centre. Opera House. Grand Mall. Transport Tower and Statue of Wealth. So that's 7 spots we need just for them. That's the whole chain of buildings you need to get the monument put in. I guess we hopefully will have a few hexagons free for the other, like, DLC ones for whatever ones we've got. Luxury Hotel would make sense. Wanted to put in the Panda Sanctuary as well. Hopefully we'll have space for that. Because initially it's the ones off the road that make the most sense, rather than off the pedestrian zone, I guess. We can either put them there or there. I think here makes most sense. You know, closer to the car parks, unless they go in these gaps. Let's say we start in the middle ones and see how it goes. We've got metro stations dead centre, so that's also like one way they're getting connected. That'll give us 6 spots, won't it? 2 in each junction. We've got 3 junctions. That's not enough. We will need to use more spots than that. So if we use these corner ones as well, it would be 6 on each junction, which is like overkill. Maybe some of the smaller buildings would fit in the middle, possibly. Like Tier 1 Statue of Wealth might... no. Needs clearance above it and the highway is in the way. That won't fit there. Okay. Or anywhere around there, really. Fit like there. Interesting. I want the monument to be dead centre, and then I guess the bigger ones there. Can't build the monument yet, so we'll need to leave a gap for that while we unlock it. But the stadium could go in south of centre. This is the spot, so we need to bring it back a few units. Might even fit off the centre there, so if we get a pedestrianised road that we usually use off from there. It's too many snapping lines. Say there. I think that's slightly too far, but we'll see. Yeah, that doesn't quite fit. Corners overlap the road, so let's try not quite so far into the hexagon. There. That one does fit. It's kind of perfect in that gap. Good. Might just be a question of whether that should be pedestrian road or whether we should make that real road. Prefer it to stay pedestrian. Might be able to fit something in those gaps, some smaller things, we'll see. Interesting anyway. Yes, that's a stadium built. I do want to... somewhere you can get like a tourism rating. Here, city attractiveness. We're currently at 34%. I want to see, well, like, can we get to 100%? Can we place enough buildings to get to 100%? Oh, interesting. The stadium has parking spots around it. So with the pedestrianised road, they won't actually be able to park on it. I wonder if that will affect things at all. So yeah, we may need to change that into like real road to get cars to it. We'll see. Okay, we got that one. It's a big sign to let us know that. The next tier down is the Expo Centre, so let's say we put that over here on the right section. That will just fit directly. Doesn't look like we can get it centred. Yeah, that is better than one back because of the noise. Makes sense. Plop that one down, I guess. The demand for commercials disappeared again suddenly. Can't see complaints about them failing en masse. Still, the demand is not stable, which is frustrating still. Present offers edutainment for citizens and tourists. Sounds like fun. Next tier down will be Opera House. So to balance things, I want to put this on the left. There. It's a wide one, so it needs to be set back. Looks like it might need to go slightly further forward than the other one we just did. Let's see where we're going. And there. Might go one further back. Looks like it would. Let's try. Would be there, I think. Yep, that fits in just. There is an opera house, which is an opera house. Okay, interesting description. Okay, what are we down to then? Tier 3 building is the Grand Mall. It sounds like somewhere where you'd go shopping, so would that reduce our need for commercial buildings, perhaps? Still quite big, we're not going to fit it in any random gap. Let's we'll put it opposite the Opera House. Does fit in straight on that street just, which is nice. We're getting traffic problems here. Take a look. Box truck is importing to the large cargo service point. Why is it here then? It's turning around. It was eastbound, but it needs to go west, and it decided not to go under like this, or through the middle. They can't really go through the middle, that's interesting. That is... really, we want to flip that around. Which I mean flipping this whole hexagon around, I guess. Though I don't want to do that. That's fine, maybe. These people on the right want to get to the left to go up, so let's turn that around. I'm going to do that quite quickly. That means someone heading eastbound can now come off. Head up here. I can see the problem. Now coming down on the right hand side. We should come down all the way. But that one needs to go up in order to rejoin the highway. Unless they come around that hexagon. If we do that, we go. No, they can't because that goes the wrong way. we need to change that as well. Which is fine, because you had to put two-way road in here for the incinerator so they can get back and forth there without a problem. Yeah, that is okay. That's what we've done is gone down and down and then up, so that one should be going up. If you want to go there, they come off, come down this one and in. It's fine. They can still get round and up there. Come off eastbound, go round that hexagon. Round that one and under the tunnel to get there. Yeah, I can kind of see them maybe thinking going to the next exit down under that tunnel really quick and turning around will be quicker than making that journey. Which is a bit of a problem per se, but not perfect. This one-way system was best for getting the traffic flowing within the hexagons, because there's quite a lot of commercial traffic comes here at specific points, so maybe we just put up with it and see. Or we can ban commercial vehicles from doing that using the mod. Tell them they're not allowed to come off here if we need to. We'll see how it goes. It doesn't like happen all the time. Like now there's no traffic here at all. There's just specific points where a large volume of traffic comes to the service point all at the same time. Okay, back to the unit buildings then. We've got the Grand Mall built in. Next tier down is the transport tower. Relatively small, but not going to fit in the little gaps there. So it can come opposite the one over this side. Expo Centre and Transport Tower there. Does have tourist visits. Don't know why they want to see a random like office tower, but apparently they do. We've just got the tier 1 left, the Statue of Wealth. Also too big to fit in that little gap. Just too big. Game. Do need another spot where we can put things. On these angles or something on the same bits of road. Don't know. Garbage is piling up there. That shouldn't be happening. It's in the north zone, which has got spare garbage capacity. And are we to select one of them, go to the area info. We're not delivering everything, that might be why. We are in the south, aren't we? No. Oh, okay. We should be. I guess we disabled deliver everything because it became irrelevant when all of the buildings faced onto pedestrian zones. But now that we've put these unique buildings in touching onto real roads, we do need to deliver everything to say that the pedestrianised service buildings apply to these ones as well. It's the nighttime rush of deliveries. Does cause tailbacks. Interesting. Due to people waiting at this junction, which they're either going to have to wait there or they'd have to wait at this one. That traffic has to cross itself at some point. It's traffic for the southern delivery point heading eastbound, crossing over. Traffic for the southern district arriving heading westbound. Not sure there's any like way of rearranging this. We've tried a few configurations here. None of them are going to fix it perfectly. we could add like another flyover, a different slip road that takes them off at a different point, specifically to bring them over here. Wouldn't be particularly pretty, but might get the job done. Or yeah, you know, alternate routes. So we'd put like an underground tunnel that runs from up here to down here, in some spot that allows people back on quicker. Might take some of the traffic away. I mean, we can do that. See if it helps. Just try it and just do it in a two-directional little road and see whether it helps or not. So we go underground at that point, and then underground at this point. Line them up. At least the outbound traffic heading east can then take the tunnel under and not be crossing over with the other traffic coming in, at least at that junction or that one. May cause them to be overlapping somewhere else. Guess we'll see next night when there's a big delivery. So far, very few tourist visitors. Still need to find out how we're going to fit the Statue of Wealth in. That empty gap's where the monument's going to go. There's not like enough buildings to put a little bit of everything everywhere. We could just put a bunch of parks in and treat this like a park. Putting it off the side of this one. Find a park that's the same size. What is that? 2, 4, 6, 8 across. I guess 8 up. It looks square. Let's check the other buildings first. And the sanctuary's much bigger. Not sure where we're going to fit that. Or has its own full hexagon. Interesting. Temple complex also bigger. This tower, so okay. The hotel, that's quite big as well. Not sure where we'll put that. I might put that on the behind row or something. Not sure, not sure. Probably just figured it exists, but it would be nice to remember and put one in. So none of them really, unless there's a... I think any of these are worth. Museum of Postmodern Art. Takes visitors. Oh, that's very small. No. That I might put in one though. Here opposite the metro. Because it fits and it's something tourists would like to visit. Shopping mall's too big for the gap. Other things don't really suit. I was wondering maybe unlocking another one of these statues on the tier 1, they might fit in the gap. But I don't think we can really unlock any of them quickly or easily. Particularly, what about this Fountain of Life and Death? Friendly Neighbourhood Park. That's a bit small, isn't it? 2, 4, no, 2, 4, 6, 8. Same size? Yeah. Let me try one of them there then. Not necessarily required for the building we're after, but it accepts visitors, so why not? Just plopping them all down and not waiting long. Gained 10% tourism attractiveness. Interesting. Costing us like 21,000 a week, which is expensive. But I'm kind of hoping over time that attracts more tourists. Tourists bring in money, and that balances out, I hope. The monument itself is now unlocked, as I would expect. It's showing me the underground. Doesn't look like it's got anything underground. Fine. It's not going to fit on the frontage like the others, but it looks quite a bit smaller. Or maybe like one step further back would be okay with it. Neither here nor there really. Let's build in like we did the other ones and see if it fits in that gap. Be symmetrical then. That's going to be very expensive on its own, 16,000 a week, so that does start generating income. Get lots of tourists. We shall see. Also has parking spots on it, weirdly, but okay. Lots of people walking out of it. Just unemployed people going home. Not sure why they're coming out of a space elevator. It serves as like a immigration point as well. Those are like new people settling in the city, maybe. Big problem with crematorium access. We shouldn't. Availability is good. We're using a third. Oh, but the coverage has really shrunk. Really shrunk. Unless it was always like that, I just didn't notice. Hello Ellie, nice to see you. Hope you're good. Could explain why we're having a problem, I'm just not sure how to fix it necessarily. Gonna need a lot of crematoriums to fix it. Horrendously busy. Ah, that can be a good thing. Sometimes. No space in the centres to put them, like in the middle, but we could put them by replacing other buildings. We have cleared out gaps where the failed commercial was, so we could fill them into there instead. Might get better coverage. I'm gonna pause and take out all of the ones in the south, see if we can get a better layout. That many complaints we were seeing, it's obviously not enough coverage. Hello Aki, nice to see you again. Hope you're good today. Okay, that's all the old ones taken out. So if we use these empty gaps we've left. Are you upset? Am I upset? Don't think I am. I'm all good. Kind of still wanted to leave space to develop out buildings there if we can, like as well. But on that edge we knock out the weird little one on the corner and that's fine as long as we keep the bigger one behind it. That's okay. Can we get that same thing mirrored here? Not really from the looks of it. Try doing the usual trick of placing it and then moving it, see if you get different snaps, which we do. Oh, you had to work all day yesterday, that's a shame. Yeah, Mr. the Factorio. It was good. I started the lazy run where you don't handcraft things, you have to use machines to craft everything. Got a good way into it, almost finished. Maybe 2 or 3 hours left to finish it, which we'll do on Sunday. And then we'll get that achievement as well. so it's got like the point is almost in the middle of the road, which I think, yeah, that is in the same spot. Can we then mirror that to the bottom? Looks like it. One last one over here. We've got like a tiny little square if they can build in. How does that... Oh, I need to unpause a second to get the green lines in. That is ensuring green coverage over all of it. Isn't necessarily the problem. The green coverage is like the bonus to the happiness that it provides by having the service. And then it's about efficiency. So if they're within the green area, that it should get them quick. If they're outside of the green area, they should still get crematorium coverage, just slower. So with them complaining about it, they obviously weren't fast enough. Hopefully this is fast enough. Let's try and do the same in all of the other clusters, and then the buildings between the clusters, we'll have to take a look at their coverage. Kind of annoying it won't just immediately snap where I want it. We'll just keep placing then moving to get it in the right spot. Looks like we've zoned this differently in the middle. Should be able to build on here, but it's not, so we'll just deconstruct whatever's been put there and it'll have to build around it. It's a good spot. There, and then this corner here. Move over to the next little cluster. There. This one. That one. There we go. A lot of these buildings have like parking spots in front of them, which is... would have been pretty cool if they flipped to a different asset when you put them on a pedestrian street so they didn't have parking spots, but no big deal. There we go. And then we just got this one down the bottom to fill in, which again has been zoned different. So it's here, there. I'm going to lose that big building. I'm going to move this one all to, so that it re-attempts and hopefully gets big buildings again. And the flips are down here. That one should be it. Be the same there though. Also to rebuild and see if it gets better layout. So if I unpause that, we've put coverage back in the south of the city, and it's good. Guessing the buildings highlighted in blue are the residential ones, I think. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, those are service buildings. So those are the ones that actually need the coverage. I'm not entirely sure where else it's possible for there to be bodies. Some of the service buildings have, like we've seen them in the prison. But I guess residential highlighted blue because they want it most. Parts of the city not getting great coverage, like down here. This little cluster, so it'd be good to get some more in down here. We haven't really zoned any, decided what's going to get zoned in down here anyway, so put some. So that stretch right at the bottom that's very grey, which is unfortunate. Particularly want to put one extra one in just for there. But we can, if we need to. One in the middle of here isn't really covering anything. They need to go on the edges. Even then it doesn't cover much on the side. It's kind of like here and here, for example. Might get us good coverage. Again, grey spots down that end and down that end, but a long way round in order to get them. See, that wouldn't cover the other direction. Not sure about that. Just take a look if we do move it all the way round. Does that look? Better coverage, not at the bottom. That one better, but still not perfect. And the payoff is that this middle bit gets none. Which depends on what we zone there as to whether that's important or not. That could be residential and then it would be a problem. I guess maybe the compromise is the way to go. But that corner's no good. It's where a big road reaches a little one and we can't get a good snap on it. No. I can't get that snap now either. How is my day? My day's good. Looking into various things this morning. What games we're going to play next week and some of the configuring to record stuff that so I can look at making YouTube specific content. Just, you know, trying things out in the morning and catching up on other streamers that were on last night. Little bits and pieces like that, and then, you know, start streaming. Full week of Factorio. No, but and next week won't be a big change. It'll be much of the same. I'm just we're going to change City Skylines because we're going to be finished with this city. So we'll take a little break before we do the next city by playing something else. Then there's not well, it's quite complicated what's going on with Anno. A lot of people are coming to the channel because of Anno. A lot of people have followed because of Anno, but it's getting not good views compared to everything else. So I'm feeling like we might cut down to just one day of it, or maybe shorter streams of it, or something like that. Do a bit less of it, because it's not helping the growth. Whereas Factorio is, so that will stay the same. That'll be 2 long streams each week for a long time. Not entirely happy about the placement. Neither side is good, and the middle ground can't be good because of the way it all snaps. So either this bit isn't covered, which we know is going to be non-residential, or this bit isn't covered, which we don't know what it is yet. So I'm going to put them like that. We'll do the same on this side. That corner and that one. Unpause to get it. Traxian, yeah, it's on my list. I don't think we'll try it next week, but at some point. Probably if it goes on sale. We'll take a look. Or I'll take a look at other people who've played it and check whether I will find it fun or not. I think I would, at least for a little bit, so it might just depend on price. Or, you know, might look really, really good and then I'll pay whatever and play it. Not sure if we're going to need coverage in the centre here. I feel like we might. There could be bodies to collect from the unique buildings. So maybe we should put crematoriums in the centre as well. Wouldn't be the nicest thing to have them directly next to every metro station, but it is functional. Just in case. And then yeah, we need to mirror that to the top, because I'm happy with that green. It's obviously a lot more buildings, which is going to be more expense, but they were complaining a lot, so we need to just pause up while we tear down the current ones and mirror that layout to the top here. These ones as well to take away. Uses these gaps, so there and yeah. There. There. Good. There, some over here. Snapping very well there. There. There, yeah. Good. That might be one that rebuilds better if we tear the whole thing down, so we'll give that a go. Spot, that's that little cluster done. Looks like the right spots. Slot as well. Go. This cluster at the top to sort out, and then the ones on those edges, I guess. Interesting there, taking out quite a big building. You know, they need it, so there we go. That one I want them to rebuild. There too. Not necessarily going to rebuild it better as far as I know, but I'd like them to try and rebuild it better. That one's fine. And yeah, just on these 4 empty ones that we haven't put in yet. How have I done it? Outside hexagon next to, like there. There, yeah. Side one next to but not touching, so there. There, good. Seems dodgy road there that didn't have the right squares next to it, so just going to rebuild that one to get them neat and tidy. There as well, done the same, missing squares in the centre. If we redo it, they'll come up neater for whatever reason. Okay, good, we can unpause again. Everyone should be happier with their crematorium coverage in general. Hopefully see fewer of the warnings around the place. Not seeing many collapsed commercial building warnings. A few around. A little bit of demand has come back up, so it looks like it is balancing out. I'm not sure the unique buildings did have any effect on it. It's coincidence perhaps that it went funny at the time I built them in. numbers are picking up in terms of who's visiting. How is attractiveness now? Still at 45. Building the space elevator didn't change the city attractiveness to tourism. Is there anything we can do that, like policy-wise, across the city that attracts tourists in? Doesn't look like it. No. Okay, no big deal, that's fine. Getting 200 tourists a week. It's not a big number. Still want to get a luxury hotel. I guess I would like to unlock things like the casino, but that's we could probably do that unlock. 5,000 squares of leisure specialisation. So what's our current specialisation at? Well, it's not, it's mixed, I guess. What does it mean? These. Leisure specialisation, I see, yes. We've currently got it on tourism specialisation. It attracts tourists, apparently. Not sure we've seen the benefit of that yet. Leisure makes it cause noise, which it already does. Makes them active 24/7, which shouldn't make a difference. I mean, what if we do it? The north is leisure specialisation, the south is tourism specialisation, maybe? Why not? Is that enough to unlock? No. Oh, they've got to rebuild the buildings, of course, because they were all like hotels and restaurants and stuff. They need to rebuild as leisure sites. Maybe there'll be 5,000, not sure. Might not be. How much time it will take for the tourism attraction? I'm not sure the attractiveness is changing. Just perhaps the number of tourists coming in might change. Passengers is still low, but that could be related to the glitches and bugs we've been seeing with the public transport just not behaving properly. Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to see tourism working because transport is not working properly. Can rebuild the buildings and see if it helps. New train station in there. Some people are coming by that boat. That one might be okay. This one's got the blinking boat problem. Let's try rebuilding that. Don't believe it made a difference before, but never know what might shake things into working properly. Reconnect that road at the top there. It's strictly speaking not a hexagon anymore. But yeah, that's fine. We'll live. See if that improves. I thought I saw trains coming into this one earlier, so I don't think there was a problem with it. Don't see any now. We can rebuild it just in case. It's an elevated train. There we go. Then the airport, I guess. Be a mess to rebuild because of the metro station and everything's connected. it's not brought anyone in last week, which, I mean, maybe that's legitimate, or maybe it's broken. We need to try rebuilding it. I'm going to pause because of the impact on so many different parts, like the underground bit. Let's see if we can rebuild it. Snapping on nicely. Looks fine actually, they've just kind of snapped into the right place. Yeah, the underground is working fine from the looks of it. Good. So that's rebuilt. Hopefully will behave itself. See? I think it's just going to break itself again. I'm not confident that we're actually going to see anything working properly because of this transport glitch. You know, I don't know what else is glitched that could be causing trouble. I mean, we're getting tourist visits, it's okay. Just not really making any cash from the looks of it. But there's tourism. Well, we're making a lot more cash than we were from tourism before we put the unique buildings in. 1,000 doesn't offset the cost of those though. I mean, this one's 1.6 alone, so maybe it just takes time to build up. Water complaints, so I'm just going to need to expand water and sewerage. Let's do that. May just be that increasing the attractiveness then takes time to filter down into actual tourist visits, like days to weeks in game to sort it out. Fix the supply issue, so no more complaints. Just seeing how far the wastewater is coming though. It's not nice to arrive by boat here. There's not much we could do about that. I mean, we could dam that river up and force it all to be the next city's problem, I guess. Look at the flow first, because it has changed significantly. This is still pretty much dead. Water flows in. And then yeah, water is flowing into where we pump it away, so we're like drawing water in from the sea. I guess we're pumping so much wastewater out that it pushes it down here quite quickly. If we use the landscaping to flatten this over. Gradually build it up. Try not to flood wastewater all over our city. It's only a little wave, should be okay. Yeah, it's already washed out in the grass. Go. Sure, in the real world that would be very expensive, but it's just about the kind of thing I can imagine a real city doing, actually, is discovering that its wastewater is filtering round to its own city, so they spend billions damming a river and sending it to someone else's city instead. Yeah, the water level on this side you'd expect to be higher because we're pumping so much in, which could be a problem if it breaks the banks. Shouldn't do, it should just flow down that way fine, I think. And this should clean up gradually over time and be back to blue. A lot of complaints under here. I'm going to look at the metro lines. Maybe we fix them again, and then I'm sure they're going to break again, but they'll at least work right for a while. No one's travelling on these apparently, so they must. Yeah, they got 0 vehicles because they're so broken. Just going to rebuild them all. I think that's the easiest way to get my head around where they're at. Even the ones that are working okay, we'll just redo them. So we need a route that comes from the eastern tourist connection into the city and back, which is the north to east tourist connection. We'll make that red. Then we need to do the same in the west, so western into the city now again. That is the south to west tourist connection. We'll make that pink. Okay, then we need a route that goes from north, stops off in the middle of town, the south development, stops there on the way back, finish the loop. That is the north to south loop. It can be blue or purple. Purple. Tourists can now get into town and to some things. They need a cross route. So one end of the centre. There's nothing really to visit in the middle here unless they're getting to a car or something. I guess we could put... That's a good spot to put some other buildings in. I'll take a look at that in a second. He's just going to run back and forth over the middle. Take those tourists between the different unique buildings. Not necessarily tourists, local people are allowed to visit them and want to visit them, so that's also fine. That's the central loop. Can be blue. Then we've got 2 big loops to put in. There to there. These are where the universities are, so this is the Eastern University loop. It's just doing a big circle. East Uni loop. That can be cyan. Same thing on this side of town. The West Uni loop, which can be green. Then we've got these weird stations. Yes, I remember. So that to there and to there, and back again. That is the south loop. The next colour, whatever that is, yellow. And they're joined using this one, so from there, stop there as well. Then join that up to there. Only like, you know, change, maybe one change between lines to get like anywhere in the city. So I would expect the metro system to be very popular if it stops falling apart. There's the southeast loop. Going to be orange. We've got the southwest loop. There, back to there, finish the loop. Southwest loop, which is red, which we've already used. Can we get a unique colour we haven't done yet? It's like a hot pink magenta colour, generally distinct enough. It's fine, we just need to repeat those three at the top here. So this is the north-north loop. Good. That can be like a lime green we can use. Distinct enough from the green. It's okay, it's no big deal. And then this will be north-west loop, not the one that stops off there. That line is done, so that is northwest loop. We're out of unique colours. Oh, we've got white, be northwest. Northeast is the one that does stop in that middle section here. It's the last one, so that's northeast loop. That can be black. To see whether it's there or not, but it is. Good. All the metros are now going to be working properly. See how long that lasts before they fail again, I guess. Which is fine. I can see a complaint there already, so they're already failing. But there we go. Our demand chart is now shot up for commercial. I wonder if that's because I changed the specialisation. Wonder whether the demand has gone up because we changed the leisure specialisation. Don't know. I kind of expected that all the specialisations would fulfil the same demand level. But it's possible that they don't. Wants us to build more commercial now, which is good. It means the instability of collapsing ones should have finished. No complaints over the city now. Okay. There's a few more things I wanted to do with the buildings first. Then we're going to start filling these gaps in with stuff to complete the city. So I wanted to move these to where I put those other metro stations. So one next to that one. Next to, let's do this one over here. I wanted a panda sanctuary. Put that next to that one. Then I wanted luxury hotel. Sounded like a good thing to have in a tourist focused city. That in that gap there, so they're near metro stations at least. Close to car parks, they're on pedestrian routes. Don't know if that impacts tourist visits. I don't think it should. These are on pedestrian routes, and even though that's off a regular road, they're getting visitors. Tourist visitors as well. It's Carol Wright, the tourist visiting the Opera House. Can't see where they came from, which is okay. Nice to kind of see their whole life cycle in the city, but no big deal. It's not really an increase in cars using the car parks at all, so Perhaps not an increase in traffic at all either. Perhaps. Can watch the pandas rolling around in their sanctuary. The people coming to visit. Oh, lovely. Okay. Let demand stay stable for a while, then we'll start zoning more in. More everything, but if they want commercial, we'll do commercial. Probably up at the top end. I don't think we'll put commercial down here. Could do. I mean, actually there are gaps in the middle. That would be my first pick, wouldn't it? Fill in the gaps in the middle. This one, for example, has got empty holes in, so putting the commercial into them first, I think would be my preference. Why don't we do so and see what happens? I'm kind of expecting we'll zone in a little bit of commercial, and that demand will disappear and everything will go unstable again. But let's try. That's half a hexagon there and half here. Then the mirror up this side. 2 hexagons worth. See what damage that does. There are complaints about not getting goods. No issue with the goods coming into the service point. From the looks of it. Seems fine. We did wonder about a railway connection to this area as well to bring goods in on, so might be interesting to try and connect that up at some point today. Tourists. So it's passengers. Yeah, the space elevators is like a transport point then, not a visiting point. So people are leaving and arriving from the city here somehow, and coming over and catching the metro or visiting the Museum of Postmodern Art. Seems weird that a stadium would only have 60 visitors in a week. Might try changing these connecting roads over to roads with parking. Might as well be. Because they're coming off of roads. See what difference that makes, whether that improves visitor numbers is my thought. If they can drive up to it, will we get more people? Not sure we will, because these buildings aren't getting any more than the others. We'll see. The demand for commercial didn't immediately collapse. These are some that I zoned in. They start at maximum level because they're specialised, of course. So they are at maximum level. Not fully staffed. Built in without issue or instability. I guess we can put more in. Same logic as we've done elsewhere means bottom of each cluster, so that one's already been done with offices, okay. It's going to be slightly uneven. That's fine. The ones in this row are all the same. Do the same on this side. We've still got empty gaps towards the outside. Full office here, but not in this one, for example. Same on this side, so we can put more commercial. That's dropped the demand down. A couple of extra hexagons. Let's give it some time to stabilise. Try not to make a mess of it. Let things develop out okay in today's session, rather than having things bounce around all over the place like we've had in the past couple. At least in the daytime, these buildings have not increased traffic at all. Now it's like no one on the roads, which there shouldn't be, but good. The water on this side of the dam is slightly off colour. Perhaps I'm just seeing through to the bottom, the ground underneath. Don't know. A bit weird. Very slowly clearing up on that side. Night time comes is when I expect a bunch of commercial vehicles to come and deliver. But the general traffic shouldn't really increase. We've got nightlife in the north of the city now, but they should take the metro. Few shortage of supplies issues, which is interesting. The demand for the commercial is still there, so don't know why we'd have issues. Capacity isn't used at all yet. Don't see big stream of trucks coming from anywhere. Here they come. Guess all the deliveries are scheduled for the night, so nighttime falls, they spawn at the edge of the map and start coming in. Get the mad rush of traffic. A few of them coming off over here. Interesting. Then they just go back the way they came. Fine, just coming to visit, I guess, in their delivery vehicles. Traffic that's leaving is busy. Some traffic crosses here, but it seems to flow okay. There's that big chain that gets here, and yeah, just goes slow. Even though it's not really crossing over anyone, it's having some people join. It's not really crossing or trouble. It's still get a tailback onto the highway because of how long it takes to get into the buildings over here. Which may be going over their capacity by the end of the night, which could be why we're having trouble. Not a big fan of them trying to deliver all the goods at exactly the same time. Doesn't really make sense. Daytime is coming, so I don't think any more are spawning. The leaving traffic is getting crossed over. That is still a problem. Total capacity didn't go over 100%. So businesses shouldn't be having problems. Some of them are, don't know why. This side also not at 100%. The traffic is a problem. Really want to find a way of separating the inbound and the outbound from each other. So even the outbound. Where are they all going? Interesting. They came down from up here and then went back the way they were. Just a bunch of people who want to drive in circles. Or maybe crossing traffic here that's coming off and then going under to get up there. So the traffic coming out is not using the shortcut tunnel. Probably because they can't go up there. That loop is extending the journey too much. Be done for that without making a mess. Pull the tunnel back and send it straight onto that junction, but then it becomes a four-way junction, which I'm not a fan of. Can find some other way of taking the outbound traffic from up here and separating it somehow. It's like the outbound from here that's heading west, the outbound from here that's heading east that are easiest to separate off. Send them under over here. Some kind of diagonal path. Somehow. Come out over here. Even then, not sure they're going to see that as a faster route. Because they, I assume, ignore other cars when they're trying to decide the fastest route, so they're not going to know that they're going to cause a traffic problem. Crossing them over will be difficult as well. Top left to bottom right, and top right to bottom left would need to go under each other. Either way, they're not using this tunnel, so let's get rid of it. Then yeah, I don't know. Pull them off there. Create four-way junction, but still like that. And go under. Then it is here that they need to come up. Don't know. It's just the volume of the traffic. I think I said before. Probably easy solution is to spread these buildings out more. Have 3 on this side of the city and 3 on the other, or put them back in the middle of town. Don't want to do that really. I do like having them out of town, even though it's wildly unrealistic. Just deal with it, I think. Every night there's a bit of a tailback on this particular exit and this particular exit. You just have to deal with it. Yeah, average flow drops substantially down towards the 70%. Then during the day it goes back up around the 90%. These down to the slowdown as well, so they go from 100 kilometers an hour to 80 and down to 40. I don't think we can really change that because the angle of this, it doesn't really matter what the speed limit is, they're going to have to slow down. So we might as well keep realistic speed limits. We can try it without. You set unlimited speed on. It's not what I want, is it? I want that one. Default speed, unlimited. That type of road. That type of road. That type of road. Those types of road. I think that's all the types. So yeah, the entire city now allows you to go any speed you want, anywhere you want. And it still doesn't improve this junction. Or remove this tailback. It's all people, yeah, heading this way, going under and then joining this loop here. Mixing with the outbound traffic, heading down. See a neat, pretty or tidy way of preventing the mixing, which isn't the entire problem. You know, the problem is also just the volume of traffic going down into a single lane. I mean, we can already had set priorities. We haven't done here, we have elsewhere. Tell them that the traffic coming off is the priority traffic. Might clear the highway quicker, but equally could cause a massive tailback through these roads. Gas is less significant. Impacts the overall traffic flow just as negatively, but getting people off the highway is the important thing. So other cars can just drive straight through rather than getting caught up in it. Demand is seemingly stable. Businesses are not collapsing. It's even across everything, so we could look at putting a bit of everything in to the map. Start with commercial. Still want to ideally do a lot of these internal ones. Don't know where to start, but looks like we're zoned in everything in this, like the southmost, and I guess therefore the northmost. So it's just like across the middle. Which there are a lot to fill in. Don't want to do them all at once. We also kind of want to focus the commercial to the north because the noise that the unique buildings create. We don't want to put residential around them. So maybe we don't fill those in with commercial at all. The pattern now is okay. So let's put commercial at the top. Let me do other half of all these hexes first. Of the service ones, just the ones that had the offices in. Like that. And we'll put more office in. Let's fill in to try and match what we've done down here, I guess. We fill in these. For them. Yeah. Those two. Then let's put some residential in to balance it all. Which I'd like to start putting in these, I guess. Let's do what are we looking at? We're trying to do like a hex in each quarter. So let's do half and half. half and half there. I'll fix those dodgy looking bits on these roads. Get things to zone in nicer and neater, so that'll be that one and that one. Good, and then just this as well. Like that. It's equal amount of everything, I think, or close to it. So demand has all dropped down to low, but hasn't completely disappeared on any of them, so that's kind of positive. Income has gone very positive now, don't know why. We're now making 2,500 from tourism, so it is growing over time. I guess it's not an immediate thing. The attractiveness is now at 48. Don't think we're going to get up to 100, as the entire chain for the monument, which is very expensive, got us up about 10-15%. Guess we need more of the buildings from the other chains. They're not focused on tourism, but they still have visitor potential. A lot on metro trains and airplanes as well, I guess. Probably overkill on the inbound if we're not. But at least, you know, it's there to expand into from the tourist point of view. Very much does look like office doesn't make you that much money. I mean, our commercial is making us almost as much as the office, which is like, as an equivalent of the industry, it's supposed to be a moneymaker. We make way more from residential taxes, because approaching 100,000 population, I guess it's not surprising. And then we've suddenly dropped into negative 30,000 from positive 7. Don't know what changed. Bit less tourism income, but not a lot more. We could put road tolls in. That would create an even bigger traffic problem at night. We could do it. And I still don't know why our park budget is so big. 160,000 almost. Don't know what we're spending that on. Perhaps another part of the glitch that's affecting the public transport. I haven't seen any errors from that in a while, so it's at least been running good for an amount of time. Buildings still appearing and levelling up. I need more time to balance these out and see where we end up. If there's something in particular they want more of now, or if it's going to be more of everything again next time. It'll take some time to work out. Most numbers in each building don't appear to be growing or that big at all. Maybe it's a similar thing. If you throw all the buildings down at the same time, it doesn't stabilise for a while, and it'll be a while before the right tourist numbers are turning up, perhaps. Are generally supposed to develop slowly, gradually. It's kind of nice. We put something everywhere in the middle. If we're going to fill in all of these hexagons, it's how we're going to do that. Obviously B gaps there, has to be around the junctions. Around those buildings if we can. Service coverage is probably not so good over here, like healthcare and the likes. Some green spots. And, you know, like I said, they don't need to be on the green line everywhere. It's our efficiency then. Oh, that's not good. Where's that changed? What have we got? When we placed the fire stations in to begin with, they had green coverage over every road. Good coverage everywhere. Now they don't. Like, the coverage has shrunk. The risk is pretty high now. That's a lot of big red buildings. Quite a risk of things burning down, but I don't understand why it's changed. Get pretty good coverage by putting a few in. Presumably police is the same. Yeah, the green coverage has shrunk. It's a change of the roads, I guess. The coverage isn't as far on pedestrian road. It's interesting. Because yeah, it's shrunk, and the thing we've changed is we've changed everything to pedestrian road, so the reach is less, even though it doesn't affect emergency vehicles. They can still, I mean, they can drive at full speed wherever they're going. That's not good then. It does present a bit of a, like, a spanner in creating giant pedestrianised city like this, where rather than having like a small region of your city be pedestrianised and so on, regions, the service coverage is much worse. We're not really like had an epidemic of fires or crime, so I'm not particularly concerned. It's just interesting and frustrating, I guess. Entertainment much higher in the north, and that'll be because we got leisure focus up there and tourist focus down here. So in the same fashion, we should probably split into smaller districts, not have such a large area specialised in the same thing. Have some specialisation of each type all over the place. Interesting. So the entertainment number in the pedestrian area should be quite different. 90 per cell in the north, 69 per cell in the south. Not like a huge difference, but I guess it is different. That is interesting to learn. Coverage of other things is smaller as well, I guess. Which could explain the problem with the crematoriums as well, of course. Didn't clock at the time where we changed it. But they must also have reduced range on pedestrianised road, so that's why we did have the epidemic of bodies not getting collected. Interesting. Got any have any blinking boats or blinking airplanes? That seems to be working as well for a while. So no passengers last week. Just not that popular as a city. Some weeks no one comes to visit. Or they're all just coming in from the west instead. And again, I'm not... This number on this little pop-up isn't necessarily a good one to check. It's not entirely sure what last week really means. Some businesses failing due to not getting goods, apparently. demand is there, so it's probably not that issue. Here come the deliveries, which ought to fix the complaints. Money is dropping again. Increasing, don't know, it's hard to tell with this scale, I suppose, and without the slow history of it all. What is the problem? Those trucks are all flowing pretty good. So I was just stopping because it's hard to get into the building and delays people behind them, but that one, that's eastbound traffic heading to the northern supply zone. Too bad. Eastbound traffic heading to the southern one is worse because it has to take the tighter corner, I guess, rather than running straight on there. Perhaps. Then westbound traffic is just bad no matter what. If we could do something to move traffic that isn't coming to this point out of the inside lane. Don't know about telling the lane connectors back here have to move over. Then the people who are coming out of this building won't stay in the inside lane, they'll have to move over. People delivering there will move in. So only if you tell them they can't pull in from the outside lane. Maybe. So we'll do the same there. And at that junction we want to tell that lane to move out. No. Because then we're saying you have to move over and you can't pull in. Well, they do from the looks of it. Of course, if they're delivering there, they're going to pull over to there, but I want them to do it from the inside lane, which that should do. So if we don't do that and we just have it in the middle saying, because of where the delivery point is, I'm not sure that's going to work. Slightly before that. I don't think that's going to make a difference. There you go, no big deal. The simple solution is to not have all 5 on the same road, we know that. But I don't want to design somewhere else for them to go, so because they have to live with that late night traffic, I guess. Visitor numbers much the same, seemingly. Interesting. I was expecting, having built all of those buildings, like a huge influx of tourism. There really isn't. Income from it really isn't growing significantly. The number of visitors arriving isn't growing significantly, unless it is like a time thing and a longer time thing, because we've even built in and grown quite a lot of the city in the same time frame. Residential needs to level up, which could take a while because their education coverage is not going to be great. Oh no, it is. Oh, they're well covered by all education, okay. Be lucky with the way we've laid that out before. It's the fire and police and healthcare that have been shrunk by the road change. Because education doesn't really use the roads, it's got no vehicles that it sends out. There are no school buses. Complaining about not getting goods. Don't know why. Wonder if the traffic is preventing any deliveries. Causing any trouble. Don't know. They weren't reaching 100%. We know that was fine. Why don't we try that idea of getting the train in? I want to move this nuclear power plant and put a train station at the top. Just move the power plant to the bottom instead. It's water. Going. Want freight station. Cargo train terminal. Trains to carry goods and raw materials. Stations and connect them with tracks. It can work inside the city, so I guess it could go from here out of wherever and then trucks will drive the rest of the way. Or it can connect to the outside connection, so let's put that in this spot at the top. Really want to connect both, I guess, the north and the south train lines, one into either side. How we split that is going to be awkward. Always is. Can't have a junction like that. Can't have a T-junction, so I don't really know how you do it. Needs to curve like that. You can't then have another one curve off in the same fashion. Be 45-degree angles, I remember that from metro tunnels. Power poles are in the way. Shouldn't be necessary. It's there instead. Fine, then yeah, take that corner away. Split the line first, somehow. And I could snap like that, so we go there. I could snap any which way. Can road guidelines help down? See, that would help. Other than that point is in the way. What if we go from there? Trying to join that snap at 45 degrees, but it gives us lots of different options at 45 degrees. With the road, the rail bending. I guess when those guidelines appear, that must be a straight line. In some sense. There and there. Then cut them back in length. I want to cut them back more than that. Not sure it's really an option. That's 11 units. Fine, let's turn it into 15. Roundish number. Then you need to be connected somehow. Can I do a smooth 12 unit corner? Connect it to that somehow. Not really. That would be 45, it's just not quite right. Hello, Mondo. Nice to see you. Just woke up again. Having a coffee. Ah, good. Be awake again soon. Going to try 2 units forward, 10 unit corner. 3 units forward. 45-degree angle. That ain't pretty, but as long as it is the right angle, it should be functional. It is, because there's a train using it. You might not be able to go fast around something of that nature, but no big deal. That actual length ends up being 25. 10 more forward. Line up with that. And then ideally, straight up. Looks like it's doable. I'm not sure how we get the snap for that. We want to go at 45 degrees from there. Like that. And that just fits behind those. Oh no. Fits behind this building, but not the next one. Okay. So breaks that line, which I'm just going to reconnect the redundancy. And then I'm going to move this. Move it over one. Will that make the space? Yes. Good. That one can't run straight because that building is in the way, so unless we offset that from the road more, which I'm inclined to do. Needs to go like a really short distance back. Move that out of the way for a second. Change these roads a little. That is going to go forward another, as short as we can, I guess 3 units. Then join up, so it'll be a slightly irregular hexagon, but hexagonal nevertheless. That will allow us to set that back a bit further, though it, you know, then doesn't line up quite so nice. No big deal. The rail will then run behind this building perfectly fine. To finish, well, that's 12 units, so why don't we do a 12 unit corner? Because that's too far forward. Another go. There. Can't really see it in the dark, but there is a rail line. Should have acceptable angles and everything. Cargo should be able to go. Oh yes. Should be able to arrive from off map by train. I'm not sure it does. If we had cargo, we could send it. If we were making cargo in industry areas, we could export it from here for sure. Or transport them outside. But yeah, I'm not sure if they come inbound. Maybe we'll wait to connect the north until we prove they do come inbound, because it might be outbound only. This big tailback is happening because traffic coming off has been given priority, which means they have to wait if there's a single car coming. Didn't look too bad, but it did seem to like stop flowing for longer than if we just left things naturally, so not really happy with that. I'm going to clear those settings from these junctions. Can do the classic lane connecting and say those guys have to go to inside and these guys have to not. But allow a bit of merging. It just moves the problem away from that junction into this road. They still have to cross over if they're going to cross over, and they'll do it in that road or at this junction instead. Which, don't know, maybe we can improve that as well by allowing a wider unmerging. We can share the lane for longer and then split here instead of... don't know. We'll see how that goes next time there's a massive truck arrival when the sun sets. These guys are still levelling up slowly, gradually. So having the higher demand for residential at the moment isn't necessarily going to stay that way when they're max level and have more space. So we don't really know what to zone in yet until they finish levelling up. It's fine, give them more time. I'll probably do these, I don't know, do these half and half. Offices in the gaps, or probably no, probably more residential in those gaps than offices in these outer hexes. That one could do with tidying up. It's fine, just needs time to develop. How much more of that we can do in today's session. Might not finish zoning in the entire city. I'm pretty sure there's going to be an empty gap down the middle regardless, because I won't be able to decide what to do or how, but it'd be nice to do a bit more. Okay, night has fallen, so it should be spawning deliveries. Don't see a train coming in. Ah, but I do see outbound trucks going in. Interesting. Then a train arrives. Trucks spawn. Which is fine for the ones heading that way. But the ones heading to these guys have got a long journey to take to get there. So they have to come underneath and back around. Which I guess is best for keeping it flowing around, but it's quite a long journey really. Because of the one way, they can't just go into that loop. The road is being used. What about this one? Yeah, it is important as well, so we can't flip any of them around. They just have to take the longer journey, I guess. But it does do what I thought it did. Trucks that have finished their job are allowed in. And then a train arrives, gives them goods, and they go on their way. Interesting. Traffic is not good around here. Wow, that's a big one. Big traffic jam, not had one like that for a while. I was expecting putting the training to reduce the amount of trucks, not cause even bigger tailback. Taking their time to get in there, it's all a bit weird. We are, or have put more commercial in, a little bit, but still it is more. Still not going over the 100%. Some individual buildings may go over their limit, but then they should be able to use the other buildings, I guess. I think it's all fine. Might be that trains aren't going to benefit in the way I thought. I suppose that traffic heading westbound has all arrived from the north, which isn't connected by train. I would say the number of vehicles struggling to get in there, we probably don't want to plug it in the same building. Is there a cargo train station with multiple lines? End of line train station with 12 platforms. Allows passengers to change lines at ease, but does it allow industrial traffic, commercial traffic? Kind of doubt it does. There isn't like a bit for trucks to drive into, just a bit for people to walk into. One that isn't a terminus. I mean, we can try and find out, I guess. Korean bus. There's a monorail, so perhaps no, but let's give it a go. We use the one multi-platform train station. Plug that train line into one. See what happens. I don't expect to see any trucks be able to access that building. Doesn't look likely. So we'll find out when the night falls and the trucks spawn. Yeah, train lines. You can set up a freight station to deliver here by forcing the line in. Again, if the vehicles can drive into it, it'll work. If they can't, it won't. I assume so. Have to wait and see if vehicles drive into it. They're spawning in now. Yeah, I'm still doing that thing where they turn around here. No, doesn't look like it. Fine. Someone's parking there. May have used that train station as an actual transport thing. None of them are going into that. So no, I don't think that is going to work. Fine. I have to use multiple of the single lane cargo train terminals. Unless it has like a button to add another one. No. Guess you can't just build one next to it and it understands what you want. No. Fine. I want to have separate ones. I don't think we can on a single hexagon. Certainly can't easily add the next hexagon in with the way we've got the 5 set up. We may make an irregular shape. How will we do this? I mean, can we put like one here? Yeah. We have 2 if we do that and that. Might not be terrible. We could even make them 2-way streets, maybe. Might make a mess or might help. Don't know. But okay, let's say we do that, then how do we turn this around? I don't know how we turn it around. An immediate 45 turn and then a corner probably. That in and then... No, because that's not at a 45-degree angle, that's at a 60-degree angle. Okay. Very interesting. I'm going to fix the hexagon, make that equal-sided again first. Then I'm going to work out what we need to do to get that lined up. That's now the right shape again, right size again. They could cross over if that helps me. Yes. No. Only if you like go up and over, I guess. Okay. Which we can. Need be. Might make it easier to turn that corner. This is going to need to come further north anyway. Doing so might make it easier to snap onto something. Road guidelines back on. Move that up. Put 12 unit corner back in. Come over and we might be able to line something up. Corner. Guess we could just use the corner tool to make a good thing like that. I mean, I don't think we're going to be able to get up or down quick enough to get out of the way of the other one though, to make them do the same thing, so I think it still is best to put the left one going left. Which again, we could just use the corner tool to do whatever in order to join them. That distance is about 10. Do not know the maths of this shape in order to get a smooth, accurate corner or anything like that, so won't necessarily be pretty no matter what I do. Try and do it right with the sharper junction points, so that is at a 60-degree angle we want. Can't have a 30-degree angle, it's too sharp, it won't do it. And in fact it will only let us do 45 from that point. Do the 30-degree angle at this point, it'll curve it. Won't work. Because it won't, the train won't be able to turn it left. Interesting, at least. Yeah, I think it's just not. It's not an option. You can do the 45-degree angle and then do a corner. Again, it's not necessarily going to look any better. Kind of feel like we just line it up in some logical fashion and do the corner. So that is 12 units away. It's roughly 12 units from where that is. Then I think we just pull this out to 12 units and connect it. And the train slows down. Not sure about that. But if it works, if the train can do the turn, then fine. Which I guess we'll find out tomorrow night when it spawns some. 12 unit point there, come 12 units this way, it'd snap. It's going to be very difficult to replicate. I suppose I can just grab it and somehow flip it. I don't think I ever found a button that did mirror is what I want to do. I don't really know how that button there works. Mirror object. Don't know. Train can make that journey. Good. That's okay then. Just got to try and set up this side of in an equal fashion. Guess we can bring it from the other end and do something with it to line it up vaguely somehow, maybe. Or I could line up with that, maybe. Snapping if I all the snap points on. That get to a specific point so I know I'm getting it right. Can we? That's the point, but then I can't build into it using rail. A little awkward. Yeah, there's no specific. No, that doesn't work. What would work is removing this corner, drawing this over in a straight line first, cutting the middle of it out, and redoing that corner. It's now probably in a different spot. No, it's roughly the right spot. Can live with that, and then that's more like 13 away. That back then. Don't rightly know, I guess, but about there is what I'm looking for. 24 away, so go 12 forward. That up at the 12. That is a mirror of that one. However ugly that may be, it's fine. So we're then going to run the line up the edge of the city. Let's come. That's not going to snap nicely either. That's where I want to run it. So 6 forward, 12 unit corner. Run it this way. Straight line up until here. Interesting. Do we go up and across, or do we try and run along the outside here? That'd be kind of nice. We'll need to do a 60-degree turn here somehow. How to make it do 60 degrees. Not sure I can make it do 60 degrees. It's angled rather than curved. Even then, it's not 60 degrees that we want. That would send it up that way. More than that. Can at least do that, and then that curve should do it. May not be perfect, but it's close enough for me. I'll run it alongside the city. Then it'll just be a straight line over to join the rail. Can't see the point of curving it down here and then... Can I? No, I can't. In a straight line over here. Ah, and then we need to get up into the air. Interesting, okay. With the road in the way. We can go over the road or under and then join, but I don't know if you can. Let's head under. We want to be next to that rail. Let's say there. 12 units away from that would be, so 18 forward, 12 unit corner. Then head up. No, we're too close. Okay. That's too close. Need to try going back one. So that's 29. We want to be at 17 forward. 12 unit corner. Then can we go up? Yes. And can we join? Yeah. Can we join at the right angle? That is kinking out to the left quite a lot. See, the angle on the left is 175 degrees. If it was 180, it would be straight. This way round, it's closer to 180. So I'm going to put it on that point. Looks like a nice junction, really. Hopefully it works. This cut across is a bit funny, but I might like to just make that a straight join, straight connect. If I can, yeah, get the right point with the snaps. That's... No, I can't. No, it doesn't like the angle. Let's not do this then. Sake of my sanity. Go straight across instead. Do a regular old corner over here where they meet. So 9 forward. Unit corner. Join them up. And it's a bit square, you know, considering the shape of the city, but it'll do the job. Get them out there, get them connected. So they're both coming in. I guess the issue I see now is if this is diverting a lot of commercial traffic into train it instead, which I hope it does, all of that traffic is coming on this single road, single one-way road, crossing over itself, bunching up together and stuff. So I think this road would do better being two-directional, or I don't think we can enforce the train arriving on the left is for the left. Don't think that will happen. So if they're trying to head to the right, they would go all the way down and under and join the other traffic, which is good. If they're trying to go to the right, they would go all the way down, join. We might do better in one way. If they're trying to go to the left, they would just go through there. If they're trying to go to the left, they would just... From either station, going to the left-hand one is pretty easy. It's the right-hand one that's an issue. They have to go down and under and around and up. Which still, that forces them to join the flow of traffic in order to get in there rather than competing with traffic. So let's stick to the one-way system. Not sure it's actually going to improve anything at all, even if all of the traffic now came by train instead of truck. I think we'll end up with a whole ton of overflow of crossing over of not getting into that building and out of that building very quickly, and so on and so on. There you go, there come some trucks. You have to go down through the tunnel, join the other ones coming off here. Up they go, so they haven't really got here faster than the ones driving in. Ones arriving in the right handle here a lot faster than the people driving down the road and in. May have spread some of it out a bit, although it's now just overlapping them with the ones arriving from the west, so perhaps not. I don't believe there is any possible solution other than spreading these buildings out more to this specific traffic problem, but there you go. Leave it to it, really. And there's nothing else in the city that's having a traffic problem, having pedestrianised everything apart from a few buildings that you can visit. And they're not even that popular. It's like the tourism is really not making money. Can't particularly see the point of it. I know these buildings also make our people happier, but they were happy already. Don't know. A little bit more development to do on those residential buildings, then we can check the balance and zone more in. So I think what I'll just do while we're waiting for that to reach the final level is take a short break. So we are over 2 hours in. And even though it's going to be a shorter stream, I still will take a break in the middle here, stretch my legs and close the curtains and all those things I usually do in the first break. So thank you for joining so far. We will just take 2 or 3 minutes to get all those things sorted out, and then when I'm back we'll continue checking the demand, zoning things in, and keeping an eye on whether we can understand tourism any better, or any other elements that we've been keeping half an eye on through all this. So I will see you all in a couple minutes. Hello everyone, I am back from the break. Legs stretched out a little bit, feeling a bit healthier. As I mentioned at the start, today's a slightly shorter stream than usual, so we are about halfway through now. Another couple of hours to just finish off, you know, looking at these few things in the city, see how they all work, and then that'll be the end of our hexagon experiment as we move on to different things next week. And then return to cities at some other point in the future. As I've said, we've got ideas of what to do next, so it will be fun. We will come back to it, for sure. Yes. Let's have a look then. That we're pretty much leaving to it. How's our levelling up going? Still a short distance to go. Few more levels on the buildings that haven't been filled in yet, which is just down to education level. When they get educated, they'll fill in that spot and building will grow a little bit. Probably think we can zone some more in. We can see perhaps not so much demand for office, but there will still be demand for residential and commercial. I'm going to look at another spot to the top here we could put more commercial in. Like a middle spot of each. Middle spot of each. Let's start here then. It might be mixed ones, so let's do so. That's gone funny, so I'm going to fix that first. Fill that one, those two, that one, those two, that one, those two. Kind of in between what we did last time. Then yeah, let's do the mirror. Don't know if you've looked at anything more, Mondo, for ideas for next week. I had a look at that claustrophobia one that you mentioned that you found during the previous stream. I had a little run of it. Looks really interesting, but I don't think you could do it multiplayer. It's a shame really, because I liked the idea of it. It's quite focused and interesting, but they're right about how claustrophobic it is. There's not really enough space for one person, so putting two people in the same space I think would be not fun. Similar one that York's played. Okay. New achievements to unlock a bigger playing zone. It's interesting. Kind of the the space thing I think is a really interesting twist, like the amount of room you have to play in. The problem I have with the packs like Sky Factory, Stone Block, those similar ones is there's no real direction. They give you a book of things you can do, and those generally lead you through a mod slowly, but it's typically a lot of kind of googling how the mods work and stuff, because they're not really focused down onto something and giving you a smooth experience of one thing. Or, you know, two or three things perhaps, but most of the packs tend to be 20 or 30 different large-scale mods to explore, which I think I might feel a bit lost. It might be okay, but you know, I couldn't particularly find any mod packs that were more focused, really, other than ones that had like very little content or were amateurish, like someone who just put 3 mods into a mod pack and not really built them together, which wouldn't be a good experience. You need that kind of unified approach, custom designed quest book that leads you through it. Well, I do. I know I need that kind of thing. Zoning that extra residential and has dropped our residential demand a bit too low. A bit worried about that. I'm sure that's going to grow in properly. The extra commercial in, which might encourage it forward. Maybe we should put some extra office in to encourage as well. I don't think we can put a little. Let's do some anyway. We can't do a little bit, we'll do a bunch. And pray that it comes out okay. I'm sure we'll be fine. Just unsettle things briefly. See how that goes. Be busy. Can't quite understand this pathfinding where they drive up the outside lane to get into the building on the right hand side and block off traffic so it can't flow. Particularly know any way we can use the connectors to make them not do that. This one, I guess because this point is before the building, maybe it'll work. Possibly. No real way of telling the inside they can't go straight ahead. I mean, you can tell them they can't go anywhere. I think that'll force all the traffic out of that lane. Even the ones that are going into the station. See, a lot of them despawning, that's probably because of that. Leave that bit in and see whether it makes a difference. I don't think we can do it on this side because the point they're driving into is behind there. Maybe here? Maybe if we do this it'll work. Or do the same thing, whether that works or not, I don't know. None of the demand bars have disappeared completely, so no big disaster. Interesting there that they made 3x4 and a 1x4, or 2x4 and a 1x4, and not the bigger building. Weird. Does that sometimes, I guess. It doesn't know how to optimise the space. I guess it just puts a building and then it puts another building in the space when the demand calls for another building, would be my guess. Good that that balance now looks like it's pushing residential higher, which I was hoping it would. So there's space for them to level up and still fulfill that demand from levelling up. We've still got a lot of gaps. Well, some gaps to fill. We'll see how it goes. But there are other things we could do in the city and could try out, but I think it's grown to a unwieldy size, so moving on is the right thing, as I say. Although we haven't, like, our metro system doesn't appear to be bugging out today. We reset all of it and it appears to be behaving itself. What about blinking boats and aircraft. Whether they've started playing up again doesn't look like it. So that particular problem may have stopped. You used to have the usual thing of it allows two boats to come in at the same time and what have you, but there you go. I'm very surprised by how few tourists are arriving. 48% attractiveness, because it's not very high, but I don't know what else we would do to create more attractiveness. We've got tons of unique buildings that they're interested in, tons of parks and commercial shopping districts and stuff like that. Don't really know. Played a bit of Satisfactory and scratched your itch. I'm still very much in the same spot on it, and I saw... Oh, interesting. Yeah, new update. Needed everything redoing. That's a bit annoying. Quill 18 spent a few streams last week or the week before trying the new update in Satisfactory, and came to the conclusion that the same feeling I've had, and you know, saw on his Twitter or wherever it was him saying basically like the game's not good. It's been released in early access for 4 years, and all they keep doing is releasing more content and not completing a game. And that's my frustration with it. It's like, if they stopped adding new things to it and just focused on making it work right, they could have released a full game by now, and then added the content on afterwards. And I really wish they had done that. Oh, it could be beta related, yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, so the blueprints update makes some things easier, but it's a very bare bones system. So yeah, like why add a blueprints thing? You know, if that's what they're doing in this update, why do that? If you're not going to do it completely, just leave it out and finish the game. Like, people have had so much fun with the game already. Why do you need to add more content, more tools, more stuff, when like you can't stably play multiplayer? And so on. And the game apparently crashes a lot and has various UI bugs and like items that have placeholder images and placeholder names and stuff like that. It's like, not a fan of where they are with the game now, but one day they are going to finish it, and that's obvious. You know, eventually they will get it done, and then I'll no doubt have a hell of a lot of fun. Yeah, no, I know they didn't perhaps have multiplayer initially in it, but then, like, that should have been obvious from the start that they would need it, and that it should have been included. And then they officially support 4-player multiplayer. More than that is possible, but not supported. And if they officially support it, it should work better. But yeah, even so, I kind of agree with that sentiment. If they left it out and released a full single-player game, that would have been better. Avoid the multiplayer bugs and not support it officially, and just release the game. I would accept that more than... No, because ultimately someone in the modding community would just make it work. Yeah, I agree. The company's good. You know, they've got good community relations. They're putting good effort in. But it's been released for 4 years. It's just a shame, I guess. It's not necessarily that they're doing anything wrong. It's just a shame that they haven't done better. Guys are levelling up, taking their time, but that's fine. The other game I thought about, that did come to mind actually, was Core Keeper. I don't know if you saw the Yogs playing that or even have it. But I did scroll past it in my library and thought, similar vein to the other games we've been talking about. Yeah, that's fair. You've played it for 100 hours and you enjoyed most of it, yeah. I think that's very fair. I think I've done maybe 20 hours, and the bit that you're playing is great fun, but then I just hit a wall of like, you need to put 100 hours to make any progress. It's Satisfactory is a slow progress, especially compared to something like Factorio that I can blast through. It's not like Stardew. It's more like Terraria. The game is about fighting monsters and bosses, and you can also build a bedroom to sleep in. It's not about the construction, it's about the fighting. So like, that's how I see the balance in Terraria as well. You can build a base, and you should build a base, but the game is about fighting the bosses. Whereas Stardew is about building a farm, and there are some bosses you can fight. So like, they're all similar games, it's just I guess about the priority of the gameplay. But yes, Stardew's all over the place, yeah. I mean, you can play Stardew and never farm a thing, I guess. It's possible. But I believe fundamentally the game is, yeah, about having a farm. And, you know, yeah, you can go and fight things in the cave or whatever it's called, but it's just an element. I don't believe the trains are making any difference here. They're doing what they do, but the volume of traffic doesn't seem to have changed. It's the same number of vehicles. They are filling some of these up. They might hit 100% now. We are putting more commercial in, so we are going to need more supply. It's not really going to fit here, but I've got nowhere else to put it, so I'm putting the buildings here. Put 2 more in each for now, first and last spots. That'll be even more traffic, there we go. Or I suppose it'll be the same amount of traffic, but coming to the same place, so. Added a bunch of stuff since you last played. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, the patch is coming to it all the time, I suppose, so. I don't know how much has been added or how good it is, but they do add a lot. I mean, multiplayer wasn't in it when I first bought the game. Although I only played for like 3 or 4 hours when I first bought the game, and then wasn't about it at the time. New ones are levelling up. We're getting there. Some of them still quite a low level, so could probably do with some more time. Expect we'll end up with roughly even demand for everything again. We'll be able to build out roughly the same amount of stuff again. You gripe with studies that the days are too short. You're stressing because you can't. Which you can, yeah, change with the mod. Yes, I struggled with anxiety over the end of year report and whatever it is, the target to get whatever done by year 3. If you abandon all that, then it doesn't matter how short the days are, because you just start a new day and off you go. But yeah, if you're like I was, feeling pressured about making sure everything was done in the first possible point, then the days are way too short. Well, yeah, I suppose. My feeling on... So Satisfactory is slow progress, and I believe having to build from first person contributes to that. You need to run around a lot to get anything done. Even if you're like working in a small space, you need to run around a lot to get the right angle to get things done. But it's like, why... If you're not going to play it from first person as intended, why play Satisfactory? Why not play a different game that's not first person, you know? I don't think the actual gameplay of Satisfactory is that special. Yeah, or yeah, making it efficient and stuff like that. It's hard work. The interface as well makes it hard work. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're spending your whole time making like platforms and then transport from here to there, and then ramps up to there, and staircase to reach this point, and then you can't build your rail line unless you build a walkway next to it to line everything up in the right spot, and so on and so on. You could probably do with starting the game with a magical jetpack or something that lets you move wherever and do whatever at faster speed. But you know, that's part of the experience as they've designed it, I guess. It's supposed to be slow progress. Yeah, not a fan. Yeah, creative mode fly, yeah. Yeah. I personally don't consider much cheating unless it impairs someone else's ability to play the game they want, the way they want. Man, that makes traffic such a mess there. So, if you want to fly around building stuff, that's not cheating. If you're playing it multiplayer and only you can fly around, still probably not cheating. Unless what you're doing gets in the way of someone else. Coming back after 6 months, couldn't remember anything. Oh, that's always the case, yeah. Just have to start again because you can't remember. The time it takes you to run around and work out what each thing was doing, where it all is, and how it plays together, you might as well start again. It'll take the same amount of time to just rebuild it all. Ooh. That didn't really help. I didn't think it would. Moved the problem away from that junction into the middle of that road like it always does. There you go, no big deal. Scratching at how unorganised it was. Yeah, you work it all out. Oh, this is for that, this goes here, that goes there, and then you're like, oh, I hate that. But it's cosy. Yeah, fair enough. Oops. Visitor numbers are not increasing. So 50% attractiveness, we get 43 visitors. Does that mean at 100% attractiveness we'd get 80 visitors? It's not going to make money. Very unsure about tourism in this. Really doesn't seem worth it at all. It's not a bad idea. Pull all your outputs together into one spot and build a giant box over the old factory. Paint it green and ignore it. It's already boxed. Still quite a few levels to go. I don't think we're at the point of zoning anything else in quite yet. A little bit longer and we might be able to do a few more of these hexagons in. There we go. Into having small cozy factories ended up being unusable. It was covered, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's, I don't know, that's kind of considering how difficult it is in the game to get things neatly aligned and working good. I kind of like that you can box it in and just take the output and ignore the rest. And, you know, make a pretty box. And hide the bit that's actually bothering you and not have to look at it. Because as much as I love everything on neat square grids and perfectly organised, if I can't see it, I don't worry about it. I'm not obsessive about it. Can't use transparent glass because it's too much on the GPU. Yeah. Fine, really. Although, you know, they should be coding it better so that it doesn't have that problem at the scale that would be reasonably expected in the game. You know, look, it's too easy to compare it to Factorio, and they've done amazing work on the coding and production of that game and making it efficient and functional. It like barely uses a GPU at all, barely heats it up. Best computers still struggle with their lighting, yeah. Like, that's going to be a perpetual problem unless they can do it better. The 1060, yeah, but the 1060 is like common. It's not sensible for them to produce a game that is based on having a 3070 or whatever. Like, that might be the current one that everyone's buying, but the majority of consumers are on things like 1060s, or I think like the 1660 might be the most common. So, you know, they need to make it work on those kind of things. Or, you know, they'll shrink down the people who can enjoy the game, which... it's silly. Bad as the traffic is here, it's not completely terrible. It's kind of stop-start. I guess still around 70%. I mean, it could be worse. They are moving in and out of places, and they are going around. And this is a very silly design of it all. The idea of having it all out of town like this. To give it another shot, yeah. Yeah, it's fair enough. I mean, you know, why not pop in with every update and give another couple of hours to it and see if you can get sunk into it this time, and if not, then you wait for the next update and no big deal. Maybe make yourself a little cheat sheet that explains where everything is, so next time you've got a shortcut. They're stopping because they all have to go this way. No, they can go that way, okay. But that doesn't get them to this road. Okay. Yeah. Might be good if they could bypass that big go by just extending that over there. People who don't need to join the trains can ignore them. Because seeing as we can't like force the outside 2 lanes have nothing to do with the station and so on, we can't make that happen. We'll try this. Could do the similar down here, I guess, and put a tunnel through. Maybe. That would... Yeah, if we could be the one way from there to there. Yes. But then one way down, not 2 way. So I'm going to turn that one around. See if that makes any difference. Might just make it worse having extra junctions around the place, but kind of like the idea of them getting a shortcut out and around. See how it goes. You know, when night falls and the lorries all spawn. I definitely don't think the train's helped at all. Like, moving it to this point hasn't actually reduced the number of trucks driving into the world, seemingly. Bit surprising. I just assumed that it would. Every truck that comes by train doesn't come by road, but it doesn't appear to be the case. More levels to go here and there. Quite a few there. Takes time to level up, I guess. Could zone some more in, but don't want to risk destabilising things like particularly. Yeah, I wish I understood more about tourism. It's definitely not making a profit. Now we'd get over 48 more unique buildings, I guess. We got this far, but another 50% would be a lot of unique buildings. All of them accept some amount of visitors, I guess. Can we build? We can build that fountain for more visitors. Even that office building takes in visitors, which is a bit weird. There we go. Little parks. I mean, if they're little parks, we could go place them around the place pretty easily. That little park fits there. That one doesn't. It's fine. The Office of Oppression gets 300 visitors. An aquarium, that'd be nice. I don't have any like natural spot to put it in, I guess. Be like out of town. Put them on that behind one that we talked about before. Possibly. Although, yeah, I've zoned those in, so I guess not. Office of Oppression, yeah. When in need of oppression, go to the Oppression Office. Provides 50 entertainment for 300 visitors. Don't know why that's don't know, historical building maybe to attract in the tourists. We can fit it there. There you go. Crossed 100,000 population, which is pretty cool. Nice milestone to reach. feeling down, let's go to the Torture Museum. Yeah. Not so sure about that. So like adding those two buildings gave us 2% attractiveness. Like every unique building gives you 1% tourism attraction, so you need 100 of them. Don't know where the base 30 came from, I guess perhaps commercial zoning. So do we just not have enough commercial? We got the right amount for this population, but to just grow more to get more tourists. Maybe our city just isn't big enough for tourism to be viable. Possible. I mean, it seems pretty big to me, but I don't know. Don't know. What else could we be building? I like the aquarium. Let's put it there. What's this? A science centre. I'll have one of them. Cathedral of Plenitude. Ooh. Go there. What an art museum, that'd be quite nice. Get one of them in. Yeah, fits all right there. Theatre of Wonders. Yeah, try and follow the pattern if it will fit. Road's a little dodgy, let's replace it. I don't think this many had, you can see where like where the break is in the middle. I don't think they had so many in the last session, so I think loading the save might have changed them. The feeling. We're not using all the mods package. I wouldn't recommend it, no. Because while it does have lots of mods to play, it is not well directed. So unless you know all of the mods, you won't have anything to do. Oh, they got supporting dodgy stuff. Definitely avoid them then. Wonders, okay. That's all of the tier 6 buildings that we're allowed to build. What do we need to get a sea and skyscraper? We need a cargo harbour. Could build one, it might just make a mess of everything, but we could. There is, that's cargo hub. Cargo harbours. What's a cargo hub do? Cargo harbour that accepts train traffic. Interesting. Very interesting. It said get a cargo harbour, so there we go. Maybe they don't know, but yeah, no, it's not. If you're big enough and all the mods is big enough, you should do your due diligence to not just randomly host other people without understanding who they are. Let's just put this randomly here. Like, it's not going to be in the hexagon, but you know, Hexagon City is not lasting that much longer, so I'm not too fussed about everything. We'll just get a little road to connect it in. Although, actually, probably functions like that other one that needed the airport. We built one, so we've unlocked it. We don't need to keep it. Yeah. Don't actually need to keep the building, just need to build it once. This one I'm going to put down here. Might swap some of these around, actually. Let's put the little park on the outside and the big theatre in the middle. Like that. And here, let's move the park to the outside. That skyscraper's kind of small. Don't really know what it is, but I can say that. We'll try and look a bigger one to go in the middle. Need the beast mod packs were the best. They're still very good. You need to, very annoyingly, you need to download their own launcher to get them. Which I'm annoyed that they did that. I do know why they did it, but still, it's annoying. So, but yeah, they're still like cohesive. Like their either their skyblock or their stone block would be fine to play, like good. I prefer stone block because you can't fall off. But like those kind of things are good enough. They're still not very well directed. There's still quite a lot of open-endedness to it, but they're good. Servicing services offices. We'd need a lot more city service buildings, so that would need a bigger city in general. Don't have any libraries, but we could build a bunch of libraries just to get the academic library. Or we can just get a loan and pay it off in order to get the high interest tower. Which again, like for whatever reason it provides entertainment and 300 visitors, so why not? Just need to get a loan and then pay it off. There we go. Oh, that didn't unlock it. More than 2,000 amount in loans. 1,000 amount in loans. Here is a loan for 20,000. Take. Didn't unlock it. Did unlock it. Okay. Just needed a bit more time. Okay. Then we'll pay it back. Can build a high interest tower. What's it? Ocean block? Yeah. Yeah. Unless it requires you to go into the ocean, because I'm not good underwater. Or in deep ocean. Or, like, look at how it works. And if you can do all the swimming and I can do all the building on top, then that'd be fine. You used to be a lifeguard. I'm a very strong swimmer. Very good at swimming. And I'm okay swimming in the sea in the real world, but for whatever reason I'm terrified of deep water, and especially in video games. And have been terrified since the whatever it's called, ichthyosaur in Half-Life. For whatever reason. It's really not that scary, but it terrifies me. Okay, there we go. So that's a much bigger skyscraper. That's much bigger than anything else in the city. But there we go. Bigger than the skyscraper next to it. No Subnautica then. No, I tried it because it's obviously a pretty good game. So I gave it a fair go. But all I could ever do was the bit in the shallow area, and like build a tiny little base in the shallow area. If you go into the deeper bit, can't do it. And those leviathans in it are way too scary for me. Yeah, you know, like I say, they're not that scary, but I find them terrifying. Observatory we're not going to unlock because we're not letting buildings abandon that much. Grand Library we're not going to unlock. It's 7 universities and we've got 4 high capacity universities instead. Would forcibly unlock it, but I'm not too fussed about having a big library. Or a business park, really. The tax office. Just build a little tax office somewhere. Can't quite fit it in the middle. Nah, we'll skip that one. That office building we can do though. Nothing I'd swap out for it necessarily. Let's just put it on the edge of there then. Yes, and the little fountain, we can do that one over here. That's it, that's all we've unlocked. The football stadium, that's a bit of a weird one. I'm not going to build that one. That shopping mall, we can build that. We can go there. Line up okay. landmark buildings, not too fussed about. Could do a temple complex. Somewhere, wherever, there will do. Launch site we'll skip. Pearl Tower, we can put that in. Winter Market, sure, why not? Kind of all that's easy and interesting to unlock. There's a couple of others we can do to fill in a couple spaces, I guess we'll do that. Logging all of those in takes us to 64%. It's not much. Not much progress for the amount we put in and the amount of money this costs in upkeep. Don't think that's really going to attract many more tourists either, like numerically. Still only making like 1.5 to 2,000 a week, which is practically nothing. When we're making 280 from residential taxes, it's silly to even consider. So, you know, unless I'm missing something quite fundamental about the tourism system, I can't understand why you'd do it. I suppose you don't have a choice. Tourists come whether you want them to or not. But I can't understand why you'd focus on making you know, tourists a priority or making a tourist-centered city. Which is weird because it's very common in the real world. Cities are specifically designed to attract tourism money. Don't know. Does look a bit better. Didn't look at the height of its busyness, but even that crossroad and that tunnel does look a little bit better. How are we doing for levelling up the residential here? Almost there. I think we'll be good to put more in now. So residential still the highest demand. Let's kind of want it nearest the metro. Let's go with those three. Those three. Right, yeah. Is that and like that. No? Yes. That and like that. Don't think there's quite enough demand to do any of the other types yet. Wouldn't say. Just have to leave them to grow and level up and everything. That's dipped residential to nothing, so for them to grow and level up we will need the other things to balance. Let's add a little bit. I'll just go dead centre. So these. There and there. That, so they're not touching the residential. Yeah, like that. And then office to fill in. I'd like to put office in there as well. Let's try playing it a bit close on the levelling up there, but the demands, we'll see how it goes. It's fine. Population is growing. Tourist visitors don't seem to be. Number of visitors per building isn't changing dramatically, so it's not like they're spreading out. It might be that more people are coming, but building's only like a dozen or a couple dozen visitors. I don't understand. There were two others we could unlock. One was if we build 7 regular universities. So let's just do that somewhere. The other was like 9 libraries. Well, they're unlocked. No. Oh, 300 library users. They're multi-stage unlock. Build them, then get them used. Maintain for 10 weeks. Never mind then. Doesn't fit with the design of our city, so never mind. Fill the gaps in with regular parks, I guess. Some of the bigger ones that we don't typically use because they're so big. Could be alright. What do we got? Playground, I think we use that one actually, typically. Yeah. Mall Park is bigger. That's one of the roads that's gone funny. Let's redo that road. Again. There we go. Hi, Alizara. Nice to see you. I'm doing good, thanks. Hope you're good today as well. I think we've kind of built all of these somewhere or another. There's nothing that's really missing from the city. Sherpa balloon tours. Don't have those. Let's put that in. Water-based things. Riding stable doesn't really fit the vibe. I reckon that's it. Cover some of the roads around here with the glass roofs to look interesting, but okay. Just random parks we've done a few times before then. That one I'm not sure we've done. It's a pretty good one, pretty big. Another one of them. We're just missing nothing. Ah, this one over here needs surrounding. There's really nothing we could... Yeah, not really. That and that, I think, whatever, you know, some stuff to finish it off. You're well, good to hear. Supposed to play D&D today. Oh no. Baby's got infection. Well, yeah, good it's not COVID, but nasty, viral. I mean, you know, babies are tough. Very strong immune systems, so should be okay, but be nasty for them. Yeah, it's scary when they're young, very scary. It can go badly, but generally, especially babies, are very good at fighting things off that, and then spreading them to everyone else who has a rough time for ages. Yeah, parents must be terrified when that happens. Yeah, absolutely. Got some businesses failing, which is surprising. I guess we just didn't balance things great, and we've ended up here. Just have to give it a bit of time to balance. Hopefully, the levelling up of the residential will sort it out because it's all quite close. Just overdid it slightly, I guess. Where did we end up? 64%. That's where we ended up. filling every spot in. You know, there you go. Not impressed, but it is what it is. We did think about putting blimps in, but with the metro running fine, I don't think that's necessary, you know. At least you're here. Yeah, at least you get to come and join us for the last little bit of Hexagon City. Did I get the pandas? I did. And I had a nice time watching them roll around in the grass. Everyone wandering over to watch them. It's lovely. There he is, rolling. Yeah. We've built like all the unique buildings that we could. Panda's probably my favourite, cutest one. But it's a bit weird. I'm not perhaps feeling like I don't entirely understand the tourism system and how it works, because it's all these buildings haven't really increased their attractiveness to tourism very much. They're all very expensive to maintain, and tourists are not generating a lot of cash for us. We are at 3,000 now, which is quite a bit, but most of that's going on our public transportation system, not on them spending money, so it's a bit weird. I'm not sure how it works. Might need the commercial closer to the buildings or something like that. How's the traffic? No issue at all, apart from one specific area. So because it's all pedestrianised now, there's no issue. People aren't even driving into these points really. There's a few people using our pretty car parks, but I think they're using the metro mostly, and they're using the whatever that thing's called, space elevator to transport around and stuff. So you see quite a lot of people running from space elevator to wherever they're heading, walking into town or to the metro, which is all good. We have a huge traffic problem over here where the service points are, which is to be expected. I had to put more service points in, so it's even busier. I couldn't really get the one-way system to do anything more effective, so I put an extra special tunnel to get them out quick, some of the traffic out quicker. It's reasonable. I put the freight terminals in on the rail, expecting that to reduce the number of trucks that drive in, and we'll just have trucks doing the shorter journey instead. Doesn't appear to work like that. It appears to have not changed the number coming by road and just added more coming by train, so again, not sure on exactly how that balances out. It does spawn the trucks with the goods to deliver, but they're also coming by road as well in like the same volume, so don't know. Learned the other day that the industry DLC has a warehouse that can import things you don't have. Yeah, which would create a lot of traffic. Yeah, if you've got insufficient industry to fill the warehouse, I guess they would fill it up because it's demanding goods. Don't know if there's a setting you can do to change it or something. Don't know. I don't have the industry DLC because while that gameplay is interesting, it's not the kind of gameplay I'd want to do in cities, particularly. It automatically set to balance it, so yeah, fills from out of state if you're not filling it from within your state. Yeah, interesting. You have to tell it. Oh, so you can configure it to not request them. Yeah. And the storage, yeah. Interesting. It's, I mean, the point of the DLC is to place like the individual buildings, like the oil pump, and then the plastic factory, and then the plastic storage, and so on for your production chains. And by doing so, you produce more goods with value. That kind of like placing individual buildings of a production chain is like I would play Factorio if I wanted to do that, not cities. In cities I just want to zone in some industry and say that's the industry game can deal with turning that into product and value, as far as I'm concerned. But it was a DLC that clearly added a lot of gameplay to the game, so I think it is a very popular one and a good value one for sure, for adding stuff, just not stuff I want to do. These still have a long way to go to level up. Barely started really. They need to do so to reduce residential demand, which I hope increases commercial demand and prevents the failing businesses, hopefully. Interesting they're only failing in the south and not the north. And that they're focused on different things. So if we flick the bottom over to leisure focus, would it survive longer? But how would that affect our attractiveness to tourism? It matters. I think it's kind of worth abandoning the idea of tourism, because unless I'm missing something fundamental, it doesn't make money. You sort of feel that way with the campus. Yeah, I can understand the value of one like campus if you're a person who does beauty building. You know, you want to build a university campus that looks like a university campus and so on and whatever. Each of those individual elements of the campus give you some tools to do that. But yeah, if you're trying to recreate a good-looking, realistic-looking town or something, when you're playing the game and you just you put a university down and it covers its green spread area and that's it, then job done, you know. This is obviously not a city built for the looks of it. Not particularly into that kind of gameplay, I guess. So yeah, that's why I didn't buy the campus one or the airport specific DLC. Didn't seem worth it when you can just place an airport rather than custom designing one. You're mostly playing for traffic management and transportation stuff. Yeah. Just to watch the little people walk around. Yeah. Getting quite a few people from the space elevator, that's for sure. Most of them, or a good chunk of them, just walk around various places, I guess. Some of them cycling. Interesting stuff. A few people visiting everywhere. Yeah, seemingly the number visiting each place isn't particularly going up, it's just building more places. They also visited them. Don't know what the deal is. Yeah, it's not one specific route, they're just kind of spreading across the city as they go around, which is cool, pretty interesting. Timmy, hello, nice to see you again. Hope you're good. Here's the chirper balloon. You're fine, good to hear that. I'm good, I'm doing well today, yeah. We're just having a chill time finishing up in the city here. Probably going maybe another 45 minutes around that. Short one tonight, and then want to finish off whatever we can in the city in that time, really. Let it kind of fill in and learn a few more things. Love the build, thank you. It's been interesting. I think the fundamental thing I wanted to see is how are hexagons? Do they carry traffic well? And the answer is yes. Pretty much exactly as I expected. They behave like having a roundabout. Traffic flows around them. Having junction points with only 3 roads touching instead of 4 is an advantage. But it seems quite a minimal advantage. Really, the amount of traffic in the city is like nothing, really. Even before we pedestrianised the entire thing, it was very little traffic. So I don't think we would have had a problem with square grids or whatever shape. When we did really focus on a particularly dense trafficked area, it came to a standstill, and there's nothing about the road shape that would have improved that, or the road direction or whatever. So hexagons are great, but I don't think it really matters. You need to manage your traffic in a different way to keep it flowing. Which is, yeah, about spreading things out, like the issue we've got over here. If we spread those buildings out, we wouldn't have an issue. And when we spread the commercial zones out, we didn't have traffic problems in the city anymore. Let's see a nice build with stadium. We've got the basic stadium. It's just like, I don't know, a bit bland maybe? Don't know, quite small really, and not getting a lot of visitors. We haven't put in the football stadium. It's like a bit bigger. Don't have a great spot for it, I guess. It fits inside a hexagon at all. No, I don't think it does. That one is, I don't know, that one to me looks more like a stadium. And the smaller one there. Still. There's a bunch of visitors for it. There's people everywhere, running every direction, so I guess that's to be expected. 102,000 of them and fully pedestrianised map. So they should be. These are levelling up slowly, don't know why. Need the educated people. Oh, we've got, have we got capacity for them? Yeah, plenty. There's no problem educating them, it's just a matter of time. It does take a while. So it seems that when the sun sets, it spawns in all of the delivery vehicles for these service points. So we get the trains in pretty quick, they spawn a bunch. Then you get a bunch from the near point, tend to get in okay and around, and just on their way out when a bunch from the other outside connection make it around the bend and come in, and that's where the bulk seem to be coming from, and we get a tailback on the highway here generally. Problem's very basic. They're all trying to get in and out of the building, crossing over each other. They're doing it from weird lane configurations, and they stop each other. There's, you know, nothing to be done for it really. In this layout, there's nothing to be done for it. We'd need to move the buildings apart a different way. Could have spokes that come off the hexagon and put them off a distance so the cars pull away from the other cars before trying to get in. Might help. Quiet night from the looks of it. Traffic in there, but nothing backing up on the highway. Good. Those guys are slow because of people going across. We have parking spots. A few. So we did notice, because the whole city's pedestrianised, people were complaining that they had nowhere to park. So down the centre of the city, where the actual road junction is, are still regular road. So some of the bits that cut off here have got parking on near the unique buildings to visit. Then we laid in off these junctions some specific sets of roads that you can park on. They're not heavily used, but there are a few people who do park, so I guess it reduces people complaining about having nowhere. Before they get into the pedestrian zone, they can just pull in here and park. So they're kind of spread throughout the city, down the middle line, just so there is somewhere to park. But yeah, generally everything else past that point, road turns into pedestrian only the whole way through. Yes, yeah, you can download a asset from the workshop, yeah, which is like a building to hold more. I'm not, I don't know if it really matters, how much it really matters. If people are complaining they have nowhere to park but they're otherwise very happy, don't think it really matters. Some of the buildings have visible parking spots, like at the front there. Some of them don't. But it appears that when the cars are driving in, they just drive into the building regardless, and it doesn't prevent people from moving around from the looks of it, but it might add happiness to have them, I guess. It's probably a thing I would add before the next city we make, I should think. They look cool. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, agreed. They look like what you have in a real city. Like you would often have areas that are just parking grids. So it does make a lot of sense to have them, I think. I would probably add it. Whenever, when we do the next City Skylines build, we'll try some assets out. Not too many. I'm a bit worried about the stability of the game in general, so I don't want to add too many things, but we can give a few things a go. See how they work. We've definitely unsettled the commercial demand. Lots of complaints still. Lots of trouble. I don't think these are levelling up fast enough to provide any fix for it. Or we could just zone more in. There is demand for more residential. Why don't we? Zone more residential and office in and try and force a bit more stability. It hasn't necessarily worked before, but it's no big deal. The city is, for all intents and purposes, finished. We're just playing around with the last few things for the last little bit of time that we're here for. Finish offices off around the outside. These ones, that should be even. I think that fills all the gaps in the middle. Yeah. Other than little bits around the service buildings, which I'm not too fussed about. So it's just the gap in, or the few gaps in the hexagons around the centre of the city that are not yet zoned. That, ideally we would do not with residential. So we'll see how that goes. That's the one you're using. Let's have a look. Yeah, see, that looks great, doesn't it? That kind of, yeah. Let me just bookmark that. Grab that in the future. Looks how cities look, especially American cities, which city skylines in general look like American cities, unless you try and make them not. They tend to have lots of parking lots everywhere, little parking lots everywhere, big ones around everything, and yeah. It'd be kind of cool if they had it in the base game, like a zone. Zone it out for parking or something. Demand levels are dropped very low, not to nothing, and all relatively equal-ish, so kinda hoping it goes okay. Zoning in what we've just put in. That's a lot of trucks. They're kind of gridlocked. Interesting. Yes, I can't see anything we would do. It's interesting that it is only happening on the right hand side and not the left, and I think that is just the road layout. Allows in and out of the left a lot smoother, but yeah. Yeah, these kind of big buildings. So the stadiums, for example, one you like, we can look at that one. Is it there? No. Where is it? There. It's capacity for 600 visitors. And parking for like 150 maybe? Like a quarter of its capacity. So the rest would need to park on the street outside, which, like if it was filled to capacity, more people are visiting over time. It makes sense to like have this whole area filled in with like actual parking lots for it. Which, like I say, it's a very American city layout thing. You have like a building to visit and then a huge, great big amount of concreted parking around it. Which would look right and good in this case. In a lot of European cities you don't get that. Stadiums in like a city centre and it's completely surrounded by other buildings. You can't drive there, or the parking's underground or something like that. Where am I from? From England. East of England. I guess it would kind of be the same with the houses as well. Like in this case, you'd have like a parking lot in the back here, like a big one where everyone parks. Which would have been so cool. I generally get quite a lot of European viewers, I'd say, from the statistics that Twitch give me. Netherlands is quite common. Germany, Belgium as well. I think it's the kind of games I play are kind of popular in in those regions. But the majority of viewers are American, of course, but that's because the majority of people are American. But relative to population, as ours in Sweden. Interesting. Relative to population, I don't get many British viewers. Still a lot, but you know, it's just interesting to see big long list of different countries that people have. Germans like cities, yeah, definitely. A lot of German city streamers, and then Anno as well, very big in Germany, or German speaking countries as well. One was from forgotten. And yeah, the timing as well. Yeah, like my daytime into evening is European daytime into evening, just about. Maybe go a little bit later than some Europeans would watch on a normal day. Not today, obviously, on a normal day. Forgotten by death metal bands. No one's touring your way. No one tours near me either. I'm a long way from any major cities. Yeah. I think you have to be quite big as a band to go international to begin with, but I mean, like, beyond the specific countries that have the biggest following or what have you, you know, and just the capital city. Must be an incredible number of donuts eaten in this city, with all these pink vans coming in. What's on the green van? Some kind of drink. Oh no, it's bug spray. Okay, not a drink. Weird. Oh, shortage of water. Yeah, it needs expanding. We are growing, of course, so not surprising. He's going to lower that river level quite a lot and raise this one even further. There we go. Those riverbanks are close to breaking. If the city grows much more, we're going to have to be careful with that. That's a pretty good one if you can get capitals of nearby, easy enough, yeah. Demand for commercial is still low enough to be causing these problems. Demand for the other thing's not really moving, but they need to level up. These houses we just put in before we can get any kind of balance. There you go. Maybe put some low density stuff in the middle of the city to fill the gap. Spread in the in-between. Mill's got like interesting. Ah, it's because I'm not looking at healthcare. There's healthcare. Okay, healthcare coverage isn't bad in the middle. So residential can go there. Fire coverage is terrible. But it's terrible everywhere. Police coverage isn't great, but it's not bad. And the education's kind of fine everywhere, yeah. So, could put whatever all the way through the middle. I'd prefer to put commercial there, because that's then, you know, people can come and visit the commercial, tourists and everything, but we don't need commercial. We need to balance it all out again by removing it from the city and moving it to the middle instead. We'll see. They need some time to settle anyway, and not sure we've got time to do that. So we'll probably look at it in another city, and you know, some point in the future we'll look and see if we can get tourism working in another setup, because it just clearly doesn't work here for some reason, and I don't know why. Unless it's supposed to be small, but requiring you to build 6 buildings to get the monument into place, you'd think at the very least tourism would return the upkeep investment on 6 of the buildings, which is nowhere near. The numbers are bigger than they were generally. I do wonder if it is just a time thing. And if we'd gradually place them in as the city built rather than all at once, then by this time maybe we'd have more consistent tourist visiting. Possibly. Do we have parks around the houses? Yeah. Yeah. Spread throughout the entire city. Various different parks all the way through. And the people in general were very happy. Can't remember how we saw that. There. So commercial isn't very happy, but that's because a lot of the businesses are failing. Residential's at 99% happiness, so it's all good. One thing I did notice at the start of today's session is, if you take fire coverage for example, when the city was on normal roads, like the cars can drive on, these buildings covered the entire city. There was no red, it was all maximum blue, good coverage. When we changed the roads to pedestrian only roads, it shrunk their coverage. Or, you know, or I got something wrong, but pretty sure we had good coverage at the start. We can check the VODs and find out. But I believe the pedestrian roads have shrunk the coverage distance for the service buildings. So we got pretty bad service coverage on fire and police. Not terrible, you know, it's fine. We've not got any problems, but it's not good coverage. So that's one downside to having a massive pedestrian area, is getting the service coverage. It's expensive, yeah. Yeah, it costs more, yeah. So I think very much you just need to keep them smaller. Like, we've seen what silly things you can do, like the out-of-town service deliveries. Makes absolutely no sense, but it works. And we've not been able to get our income balanced out, but if we had an industrial area, we wouldn't really be having an income problem. We'd be able to afford the pedestrianised area. But I think in general, in a general sense, you want to build a normal city with a small pedestrianised area with a local supply and everything like that. Make more sense, perhaps be more manageable. Quite surprised that the public transport hasn't bugged out today like it has in the past. Be very curious about what was causing the problem the last couple of sessions. It's behaved itself perfectly today, but that in itself hasn't caused more visitors to come. The numbers are still very small. Bit weird, but still. Take a look at the actual routes and their usage. Yeah, nothing huge. I mean, the north to east tourist connection isn't getting anyone in. They must still be cycling the road in, I guess. That's what they were doing. Not using that train even though they could, and it's working fine. They are using the one down here. Just curious why they wouldn't cycle in here. Although I think we disabled the cycle lanes on these roads, which might discourage them. It's the two bigger loops that have more people on, going between the universities. Yeah, look, tons of people on. Let's grow them a little while we're looking at it. East loop up as well. Particularly busy just in the centre of the town. Makes sense. The others are all pretty busy as well. I'm sure these probably got some stations with a bunch of people in. No, actually that's very well serviced. Fair enough. Some of the stops, like here, have got multiple routes that come. Not there. Yeah, there are multiple routes that could take them to where they're going, or close enough to where they're going to walk from there, so maybe the other line is the busier one. Situation with the commercial doesn't seem to be getting better. There we go. Yes, it's good that we're in sandbox mode to play around with all this. Obviously we would do things differently if we needed to worry about the money. We, on purpose, don't need to worry about the money. Minus 50,000, and I don't know why. Other than like tourists aren't giving us any money, and we don't have no industry. We have like big expenses, 160,000 on parks, and I don't know why. Landscaping expenses could be related to landscaping. That could be a problem with a mod. Ooh. I wonder. Because the landscaping we're doing is through a mod, it might not be pushing into the budget properly. Yeah. We're role-playing a billionaire, spending all of the money to satisfy our addiction to hexagons. It's okay. I think over the course of this playthrough I've worked out my hexagon addiction, and I'm feeling much better now. We'll pick a different shape for the next thing we do. Maybe semicircles? It's all kind of like the idea of octagons. Yeah, I think octagons is a good idea. Maybe bigger ones as well. Don't know. Or we'll play with that idea of using canals with the octagons, maybe. Octagonal canals that each island is joined only by pedestrian routes. Or something like that. Don't know. We'll see. And a few mods. Yeah, we'll get some assets and see if we can make it interesting. Though I don't know, I think the next one I might do on like a proper base game map with finance enabled and learn a bit more about that side of the game in addition to whatever else we're playing with. Because I've only really done one successful city that had finances enabled properly. Their income's just gone to positive 10,000, so we've gained a weekly income of 60,000 out of nowhere. It's about to disappear. It's got to be a bug somewhere or something. It's almost like the cost of raising this land, instead of just charging us the money, it's been applied to a weekly deduction or something like that. It's just a bit weird. Who knows? It's definitely been fun as a city, trying different things out. Passengers in a plane. It's can't be good for the airline to charter a plane with only 13 passengers in it. "13 fans of cycling normally. Gotta get past passport checks. They'll walk out the front, hop on a bicycle and go into town, normally. Or not. This time they're just kind of trickling out and... oh, there they go. One at a time. Hop on a bicycle and off they go. People want some new houses. They generally, yeah, like a little bit. And maybe some more places to work. But we've got... like the ones we most recently placed, the houses, they've not finished levelling up, so as the people living here get more education, the building will level up and open space for more households to move in, so that demand for residential will be fulfilled as these level up to some degree, some unknown amount. So it won't quite balance out the way it looks at the moment. It's all a little unstable. You've just got to give it time to develop in order to get there. Generally. Yeah, it's still failing. The commercial's getting worse, really. It kind of seems like if you overbuild and you get the amount wrong, particularly on commercial, it takes a long time for it to work itself out and get rebalanced. You just kind of left it and built less each time. It would take even less time for everything to stabilise and be okay. Getting it wrong gets you extra punished or something. There you go. And that chirper brings up a point. We didn't use monorails in this run. That's still something to try out. That seems interesting. Kind of tempted to flip the south over to leisure specialisation as well, because I mean, that's the difference between the north and the south. South is complaining and it's tourist specialisation. North is not complaining and it's leisure specialisation. Bit weird. I mean, we can try it. This will be interesting to see how the 64% drops when we get rid of the tourism specialisation, even though they can still visit the commercial that isn't specialised. Policies? No, it's in this one. To apply leisure to that one. Takes a minute for them to flip over to new businesses in each building. Then we shall see. I don't know if the different specialisations have a different amount of goods they take in as well. Could reduce the traffic to those points. Don't know. And extend that, whatever thing's called, district. Let's do so. Proper thing to do. Make sure it covers everywhere. Looks like they've all flipped over to, apart from the failing ones, I guess. That makes sense. Oh, they've just dismantled all of them. Okay. They haven't rebuilt the leisure specialised ones at all, because I guess there's no demand for it. There ought to be. Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Don't know if even more residential and office might help. Maybe. Office in easy enough. Fill in these blocks. More residential is a bit different because we're kind of filled everywhere within the city, or that's well connected. Its best spots would be around the metros in the middle, really. Can do. Funny shaped buildings, but they can go there. We'll see. The demand for them isn't really there. It's not sufficient demand to build it all in and then balance it all out. It's very kind of frustrating. Build a few small things in, but it's, yeah, at the scale of it, you can't build big all at the same time. It just doesn't seem to work. The complaints about failing businesses have gone, but that's because they've just not rebuilt, I guess. The gaps are there. Bit of a shame. Always traffic in general. Now is not the hotspot time, so it's good. The number doesn't like immediately shoot back up as soon as the traffic problem goes away, so it gradually comes back up, but that's still quite fast. I reckon we're around 80%. Like daytime when there's no deliveries coming, it's about 90%. When the deliveries come in, it's about 70%, so split the difference, that's the number. Doesn't mean much, really, I suppose. What else can we check on? We know happiness is relatively high, apart from commercial. Yeah, we know about the coverage kind of problems and stuff like that. Noise hotspots, as you'd expect. The leisure option does create more noise, but I think the way that we spread everything out, it still makes it okay. We've certainly not seen anyone complaining about health problems because of it. Though, you know, our health coverage is also good. Particularly red hotspots are some distance from the residential spots, which is good balance. Population. Interesting. High density residential areas house more people, drawing young adults. Low density housing evolves into fancy villas. Does that mean older population favours low density? Interesting. No land value is very good. For whatever reason. There's just something very valuable about hexagons, I guess. That's kind of it, yeah. Service points, we know they're overloaded. Tourism. Didn't see this view mode. Got like a 45-45 split between medium and high wealth and then some low wealth. We're getting 1,000 tourists a week. Okay, but I guess they're spread between all of our access points. It makes the amount at each pretty low. And they're visiting like all of the parks and stuff like that, and then bits of the commercial area that are in purple, as you'd expect. Still not that many. Attractiveness is coming from the unique buildings mostly, and some of it coming from the commercial areas, but not much. What did we drop? So, removing half of a city of tourist specialised commercial made no effect on the attractiveness to tourists. Is weird. Like it says it has an effect and doesn't actually. Yeah, I don't really get tourism. Like I say, I think it just makes more sense to... You're going to have tourists, you can't not have them, but I can't see the point in focusing on them, or trying to make a big amount. The income's not there to balance out the cost of the buildings. I mean, I know the buildings also make our local residents happy, but they were like 99% happy without them, so... Yeah, can't see the point. But still. There you go. Don't know if there's much more to do in the city at this point. Not going to have time for things to level up enough to balance out and start working, I don't think. Start zoning some more in. Of the residential and offices and see if that keeps pushing. Generally, I doubt it's going to bring the stability needed to grow any further. Put some offices around the big tall buildings like this one. That one. Yeah, around this one as well. And definitely that one, that's big and tall. See how they go. I mean, it drops the demand for those two things, but it takes time for them all to balance out and to push up and then cause the spawning of the buildings and level them up and so on. It's vaguely good at the demands are all kind of at the same level, but it's so low I'm not sure it really can be interpreted. And our income keeps fluctuating between positive 10 and minus 30. Somehow. Bursts of money coming in from something. Don't know, I guess our income from commercial could increase overnight, depending on number of visitors or something like that, because it operates, the leisure operates 24/7. So it might make more money at night, so at night we're in the positive and at day we're in the negative. Maybe. Could be. Well, like I say, we've learned a lot through creating the city, but I still am left with all sorts of questions about how the game works. Seems like the kind of thing you can never become an expert in. You'll never be able to know how all of the systems actually work underneath it all, unless you've got access to the code, I guess. Even then, not sure it will make any sense. What do the pandas get up to at night? They just keep rolling around in the grass. Looks like it. I like this guy looking around from behind there. Trying to climb the steps. Oh, there's one having a swing. Didn't see him before. People aren't chirping about the noise pollution, which is interesting. But one of them's having a little bath. Oh, that's nice. Kind of sat there chilling. As the police sirens go past. Oh, we're back to having complaints from the commercial buildings about not enough goods. Again, not in North, not in the South. It must be to do with this then. Even though they're not reaching 100% capacity, the poor traffic at the delivery point must be having some effect on them. Or might be having some effect on them. We really don't know what's causing that complaint specifically. We'd have to spread all these out and get good deliveries into them to see if that caused the problem to go away, I suppose. But by the time you've done that, the demand profile will have changed. You won't know which thing it was that affected it. I mean, it could be the case that... I mean, we've got despawning off, so that shouldn't cause any failed deliveries. They should get there eventually, but perhaps if they don't get there in a specific time frame, it counts as a failed delivery. And because they're waiting in the traffic, it doesn't get the goods to the building. Potentially. Starting to get a few dead end symbols underground. The metro might be running into its glitch again. Or it could be doing that thing where it just needs a second to work itself out. Work out what the route should be. Sometimes the train reaches the point and then it recalculates and fixes, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I think purple line might be glitched. No, that's gone. Yeah, something isn't right there. So problem didn't magically fix itself. It is still present in the game. In this save, at least. Hopefully we don't start a new city at some point and then discover the public transport doesn't work again. Could be the case. Could be like a mod that's causing it, I guess. One that I should get rid of. Our income's gone even further positive now. 25 in the positive. And quickly dropping because daytime just started? Maybe? Where are we? Yeah, commercial income is dropping. I reckon that is the case. I reckon at night we make more money from the commercial. Like, significantly more. If it was 30 in the positive and it's going to drop to 30 in the negative, like 60,000 a week more. Just weird amount to be. It's different, but that's significantly different. And a good reason to use a specialisation to keep running. Don't have any industrial, nope, none at all. Which is like yet another way we could solve our transportation issue with getting supplies in, is by having local industrial make them and feed them locally rather than bringing it all from off map. But yeah, one of the ideas of the run was to look at offices to see how they work, how viable they are, what difference there is between office and industrial. And it, you know, pretty simple conclusions. Offices don't make as much money. They leave you needing outside supply of all goods, which, you know, has its downsides, especially in traffic side of things. So I wouldn't recommend it. I'm sure a mixture of both is probably good or okay in some cases. If you've got like a spot in your city, in a city where you want to put something and offices would fit, good to have some, but having industry on your map is very helpful. Yeah, weird that income. Don't know. I do think, despite not having any industry, the city is actually profitable, and you know, despite having a weird supply situation for the pedestrianised zone, I think this expense for parks, plazas, and landscaping is in some way glitched or false. And it shouldn't be 160, more like 30 or 40 or something like that. So if that were the case, we would be in the green by a big number, and even more in the night time apparently. But let's watch that now. So night has just fallen. Is that commercial income going to start gradually increasing? It is. Residential income is also increasing. I guess it's because population is growing a bit. Income is increasing. Might just be because more offices are growing. A bit weird to be making office income in the middle of the night. Yeah, so gradually it must just be more people visit the commercial zones at night then. The leisure focused ones at least, and that will make our income gradually tick up, and then when it turns to day gradually tick back down, and so on. Like I say, it's a significant amount of money difference between day and night. Just fine, a bit weird. Demand for residential and office has regrown quite significantly. We can put some more in, I think. Not sure where the residential is going to go. Going round the outsides of these. Can't where the parking spots are, okay. go a little bit further then. No, I don't want to do that. I'll get too close to the negative sound impact of these buildings. A bit central, though. Negative sound impact of that is probably upsetting those people quite a lot. I'd imagine. Everywhere else is a bit far from the metro hookups, so if we were expanding further, my next step, I think, if we needed more residential, would be to split some of the hexagons in half and add them in. So, for example, taking this road, splitting it in half, zoning the centre into more residential. Same up here. Keeping them close to metro points, because that's how they get to services effectively. I think that's how the city's laid out. All the services are quite close to a metro point as well. Everything else ought to be in walking distance, but we do know they behave a bit funny with their pathfinding. Do the mirror on this side as well. Keep everything the same. Some more office wouldn't hurt. What have we got so far? Fill in the mirror, do what we're doing, surround all of these, even not the tall ones. A nice look out the back of the office window into the Panda Sanctuary. Nice place to work. Do for now is a bit unsymmetrical where we filled in other areas, but I don't want to overdo the amount we're zoning in at any one time. That would need time to develop out. Again, everything's vaguely balanced, but also demand so low it's hard to tell what they really want without giving it a lot more time. I mean, you know, we spend a lot of time sat here just waiting for things to grow out over the course of all these streams, and that's not long enough still, so it's you know, not a fast game, that's for sure. Particularly fast. I reckon that's about it for Hexagon City. We are approaching 4.5 hours into the stream, and it's about time to wrap up tonight. As I did mention earlier, not going for the full hours tonight. We are wrapping up a little earlier, so I'm going to drop a save in, and this will be us wrapping up with Hexagon City. Which save is it? Hexagon save. It's been a lot of fun. It has been a lot of fun. Yeah, it's been really interesting. Going through a few things, learning a lot about the game. Like I say, still lots of questions, but there's still so much we gained from playing around with different stuff and building different stuff, new designs, new understanding of some of the DLC options, especially the pedestrianisation stuff. We've done a lot of silly things with that, which has been great to do, and I'm glad you've really enjoyed it. I'm glad anyone who's watching and has enjoyed it has had a good time seeing the things. It's been good, and like I've said before, we will return to City Skylines. It's being taken off the schedule next week. We'll be playing something different, but it will return. We've got more ideas for different cities we want to do. One based around canals, and Alizara, you wanted to explore the idea of having something that's kind of more like spread out and separated, so you have smaller population clusters, which I'm very interested in trying that at some point. So we'll revisit all those ideas in the future, in a future cities run, which, you know, in a few weeks' time or something like that, perhaps. Well, yeah, we'll see. When I get bored of another game, we might move off of that and back to cities, or however it plays out. But it won't be around next week. That's one thing. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. So I will be back streaming tomorrow, 2 PM GMT again. Tomorrow is Anno Day, so we'll be doing Anno 1800 some more. That'll be another long stream, which, you know, should be fun. The Cities Skylines time slot next week, which is Tuesdays and Fridays, we're not 100% sure what we're doing yet, but probably Tuesdays, me and my friend Mondo will be doing some Minecraft, probably, with some mods, which, you know, that'll be interesting as well. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we can do. And then Friday, we'll see. Either we'll do more of that, or if there's someone else I can do a collaboration with, we might arrange that. Or I may take Fridays off to work on YouTube things instead, potentially, because I've been playing around with a few things there. So next week's schedule's not nailed down yet. We'll nail it down by the end of the weekend, and then try some new things out, see how it goes. That's the immediate plan. That's the wrap up. Thank you, everyone. I'm not sure if I said that yet. Thank you for joining me today. Really do appreciate it. Everyone who's been chatting, lurking, or catching this later in the video, really do appreciate all of it. Can't be said enough how great the spot I've had so far is as a channel. And like, you know, I've said recently during the course of this week, there's quiet days and there's busy days, but even the quiet days are getting bigger, and the busy days are getting a lot bigger. So things are really moving in a positive direction. You know, I'm an impatient person, so I want to move them quicker, but it's been really good, and I'm pretty happy about it. So thank you. Rest of this evening, our friend Vileda, they have been very supportive of me and of the channel, is celebrating their birthday. So I'm going to raid over to their channel so that I can spend the rest of the evening supporting them in return for everything they've been doing for us. So, you know, do join me if you fancy it. We'll see what they're up to. Don't know. And like I say, I'll be back tomorrow. So let's get the raid lined up. Get the name spelt properly with enough A's. It's like the right logo. Good, that's lined up. So yes, thank you very much everyone one last time. Enjoy the rest of your evenings, whether you're joining us or not, and hope to see you again soon. Thank you.